Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It is a Sunday. We are here. You can see we have some Witcher folks. We're going to be playing some Witcher. Roads Home. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. We're going to go around, let everybody introduce themselves, say who they're going to be playing, and answer this one question for me. What are the odds of Gimner walking out of this room intact?
What does that mean, intact? What is it like? Emotionally intact? Probably very low.
No, physically intact. We're not going to talk about his emotional state. That's a complicated issue, and I don't make any judgments about his emotional state in advance. Um, his physical intact. So why don't we start directly below me on the overlay with the wonderful Trooper. Hey, Trooper. How are you? How's life? You're muted, so
I muted myself because I was trying to be polite, but then you couldn't hear me, which was awkward. Anyway, I'm Trooper SJP. Pew, 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 pew. I'm doing very well, and I am playing Lord Math Varen, Master Druid of the Circle of Kernithig. And I am. The question is, what are the odds? So, as a player, I would say I think the odds are pretty good that he will leave intact physically, mostly because Durin wants him to be left intact physically, and I feel like Durin wants that for important political, not kindness reasons, not kindness reasons, but political reasons. And so I imagine perhaps cruel reasons. And I imagine that's probably going to happen. My character, on the other hand, probably would be like, is there something happening with people that are not me? And I don't care. So he probably would actually not bet at all because unless it would look good for him to bet one way or the other, they try to figure out what would be the way to bet that would look good. And then he would bet that way.
interesting. Good to know. Thank you, Trooper.
You're
We're looking
welcome.
forward to this. Hello there, Dale. Hello. Say hello to the internet, Dale. You are famous. You are a giant floof.
The anger.
I feel like Dale understands the emotional state that Ardzo is in, right, Billy? Hi, Billy. How you doing?
Uh, I'm great. Arzo is there's a lot of tumult um going on. He is conflicted because there has been an attempt made on his life. And it was not who he thought was going to do it. And uh yeah, like, how do you behave? This is a really telling moment. Like, if you were put in a situation as an individual where you were granted the opportunity at revenge and vengeance, it lay before you, and nobody would say anything because they were like, yeah, I know that person deserved every ounce of that. What would you do? Like, what kind of a character? What is your character? Right? This is Arzo has yet to be challenged in a situation like this the entire duration of this game, and now, in addition to slights against other houses and families and stuff, Arzo is in a precarious position. And I'm sure we're gonna come a little further in that discovery this evening. Um, yeah, wow. It's just I'm still kind of feeling last week. Um, in addition to you know, getting one pulled on him by Lord Math Varen, not unintentionally, because
Yeah.
he tried to set a trap and the trap didn't work out as well as he thought because he was seeing things that were in front of him and not in the grand scale of things. But then, you know what? It was still an entertaining evening for everyone involved.
You still
Um,
did use him for a setup, which he also did not know was going on.
yes, yeah, right. Um, uh, yeah, man, yeah, Arzo's having a time.
It is a time. It's almost like Going home is complicated, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that leads us to the last player for the evening. Hello, Pope. How are you? We're glad you could join us tonight.
I'm glad I could be here. Yes, folks, if you're I know I usually bombard you with charities, but there's a reason because there are so many worthy ones. So if you're interested in helping out, picking up after Ian, do go online and check out many different disaster relief charities out there because I got off relatively light compared to a lot of people. I know folks over in Fort Myers, Naples, etc. Like or Sandoval, they and Sanadel, like they're this one was a bad one. But yes, internet came back finally. So yes, I'm so glad to be here with Witcher Crew. I have a question though. When you say room, which room?
So remember how you guys pulled Gimner away from the dining
Into
room?
the kitchen? Yeah.
Yeah, into the kitchen. I said, will he physically leave this room physically intact?
Like the kitchen, I think he will leave the kitchen physically intact. Will he leave Mahakam physically intact? No. That is a certainty.
Look, I'm not
will he
asking
leave
for
this room
miracles.
intact? Will he leave this room intact? I think so. That is more like Givner. So we will see what transpires. I am very curious as to what happens, but that's why we're here, and that is why we play, folks. So yeah, Pope here, Durin Razmi, he him pronouns, and I can't wait to get into this.
Well, we shouldn't hold off any longer then, should we? We should dive in to tonight's continuation of Witcher Road's Home. And last week we had a very interesting family dinner where a bunch of guests were invited. Things got complicated, very interestingly. And then made even more so by the attempted poisoning of the brothers Gulo, which the very successful Durin very successfully, with some very nice sleight of hand, made sure that except the glasses were changed so that the only people who ended up being poisoned were the hostess and her husband, the sister Perga, and her husband Gimner. Oh wait, and the Witcher, but that's not really a big deal. It's poison on a Witcher. She could overcome that in literally one round, which she did. And then Arzo willingly drank the poison. Then came to discover that although he expected this to have been brought about by his sister, it wasn't. It was actually entirely unaware of the murder attempt on her brother. It was his brother-in-law, Gimner, who did it. And that, I believe we left off with an intense conversation with Durin, Gimner, Mesmo, and Arzo attempting to threaten Gimner to find out more information. I believe Lord Maff had gone to check on the children and then had come back to check on his wife. Zerny. I think everybody else was still in the dining room. Verena was tending to Perga. Zerny and Zolkor also went with you all to the kitchen. That's right, because Zolkor was not going to leave Ardzo alone after he was invited for what was supposed to be laughy fun times and then turned into watch my ex ? It's complicated. Almost die from poisoning. So, Ardzo and Durin, what are you doing next?
We're still
In the kitchen.
the same room, right?
Yep.
I think Arta's gonna need a second. And Gimner's also still there.
Gimner, Ardzo, Zolkor, Durin, and Mesmo.
Okay.
Durin and Mesmo and kind of were like dragging Gimner out of the dining room into the kitchen. You and went with Zolkor is kind of basically not leaving your side at all at any point in time.
Where are you going to take him?
Holding cells. Take him to the jail near the Grand Hall. He is to be prosecuted.
What of my sister?
Pending on testimony, we will see what happens.
Then in that time, what about my niece?
Your niece should stay with family. I would say, Mesmo, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course. She will stay with us.
Anything else that Mesmo that you can think of that would need tended to in Gimner and my sister's absence?
At the moment, we can take care of the business. I'm in charge of the politics. There's nothing that need to be done beyond the normal.
Razmi, please, I understand a lot have been slighted here today. But can you make sure that it gets to process?
That is very dependent on Gim. The speed at which justice happens is dependent upon the guilty in most cases.
Then
do not worry. We are not like the surface. We believe in restorative justice here, as much as I want vengeance.
Yeah, nobody, can I help you? I'm kind of busy at the moment. Okay, well then, I suppose that will do. All of this will have a very big effect on my niece. That is what I am worried about most.
Often that is the case, as very few walk a path of violence look for the innocent and how they are affected by their actions.
I suppose you'll let me know when I'm needed for summons.
At the very least, it's going to be 16 hours before we can really get everything in place. So, best thing I can say is you and your brothers, aside from Mesmo, because looking to Mesmo, we're going to be busy. Speak with the household staff, get things as best as you can in order within the house of Bulu. Tend to your sister. I would suggest moving her when she is able to a local house of healing. And then go with Zerny to a bar and just get plastered, because this is going to suck.
I do believe that it will, but I am thankful that you are here.
The House of Bulu has obviously been in tumult far, far more than any of us had an idea. Much like a necrophage problem, it seems to have laid unseen until it has burst upon the scene and is undeniable.
I'll do my best to find out the things that I can.
Don't put yourself under too much pressure. We are a community. Let some of us do some lifting. Until tomorrow, we bid you adieu.
Until tomorrow.
So Mesmo will grab hold of Gimner and like I never liked you very much anyways, and using his fist, just knock him out. That felt good.
It was a good one.
You know,
How's your wrist?
fine, it's not even the hard that head.
You hear that, Gimner? You have a soft nugget.
And then he'll just like, you can see on his face, he's not really bothering to hide it, this moment of thought where he goes, I could just drag him out and not really care about hitting every obstacle in the way. No, that would be bad. Plus, he might hit something and actually, bleed out before I find out about it. And so he just picks him up and carries him off. Following Doran, what are you doing?
I'm making sure that he is put in a proper cage. One not next to a stone wall, preferably.
We
I'm
can
not
do
going to
that.
have him get eaten. Want to answer him to answer questions and for his crimes, not get eaten.
Yeah, I think that, that would work. So you and Mesmo are going to go take care of that. Ardza, what are you doing? Zolkor has kind of moved up next to you and has like put an arm or hand on your shoulder. He's not invading your space that much.
He will turn to Zolkor, make eye contact. This is not what I was expecting.
Did not think so somehow.
Thank you for your presence in the last 15 minutes or so. It has helped a lot. It took a little weight off of my soul. You are free to do as you wish, but I must check in on my sister. As you can imagine, it might be pretty rough, and I am heavily concerned for her and my niece.
Yes, I think that is true. I will stay with you for right now. How are you physically doing? You look...
I definitely drank some poison. That does not feel good. But I'm still alive, so everything is relative, I suppose.
That is a good thing. I will take the small win of this.
After I see what my sister's up to, it has been some time since I got to relax, so I think I'm going to find someplace, a little corner to, God forbid, have an ale.
Do you wish company for this ale?
I wouldn't hate it.
Would my company be acceptable?
Absolutely. Given the state of my sister, she may be there as well, but it feels like a funeral, if that makes sense, even though nobody died. The death of something,
Is a death of trust.
I cannot imagine what my sister must be thinking. She was living a lie.
Maybe, hopefully she's thinking something and not just, unconscious.
Well, that adds urgency then to my next task, so I will check on her. And he'll walk out, and it's kind of like a hurried.
Mm-hmm.
Sister, how are you doing?
So she will open her eyes to acknowledge you, but she's not talking. And Verena will tell you that she is very unwell. You managed to make sure that she didn't die.
Mm-hmm.
Which was a very real possibility. Because she was in her death saves. Mechanically speaking. And she is not physically stable. I mean, she's mechanically stabilized, but not physically healed in any way. Like, she looks rough. Very rough.
Mm-hmm. I think we should get you to a house of healing at the request of several, not just me, but can you walk?
She kind of like looks at Verena, and Verena literally, she looks like she's about to try and get up. You know your sister. She's not going to willingly give away a sign of infirmity, but Verena just like literally raises an eyebrow and she looks at you and she goes, "No, she can't."
Do we have the means to transport her, or should I carry her?
At that, Verena like shifts and puts her hand on her hip and goes, "There are 4 other people who didn't get poisoned tonight who can carry her." 5, technically.
I am fine. As she is my family, I would
She's
like.
also Zerny's family and Kazakh, and neither of them got poisoned.
And then it is a group effort.
Don't take that tone with me, Arzo. I'm still
I-
older than you are.
Okay, but that does not give you authority over the tone of which I choose to speak.
She will mom glare at you.
And I will exile the brother glare back.
Yeah. Not very effective, but she trying to mom you.
um he'll go to, I guess, his most trusted brother. He'll call out, Zerny, can I get the hand, please?
And he will nod and gesture around, and Carwin and Kazakh will help you, and Zerny will help you.
In which case, Matt will also help. The minute other people are helping, then I will also help. Like the minute I see some other sort of miscellaneous people begin to move, then I also begin to move. And
I mean,
at my wife's house.
Yes,
We're helping, so going to help. It
She
looks good.
nods at that. There is a moment where the House of Healing is not far from here. It's very close, actually. So it's easy to get to down the street. I mean, you live in the nicer, Perga lives in the nicer area of the town, so it's relatively easy to just, make their way. And so it ends up really being you and Zerny and Kazakh. Kerwin, Barena will go with is kind of, the female presence, doesn't want to leave Perga alone with all these people. The lady's, Perga's maid. Thalma. Thalma is going to take charge of the house and kind of keep everything going and watch all 3 of the children. Mesmo's 2 and Perga's daughter. And also keep an eye on Brenna and, Kerwin and what Zolkor is following you, Arzo. It's just like he is going where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, so then his next objective is trying to get his sister to the healing house with Zerny. House of Healing, rather.
I mean, it's a time. It takes about 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of effort. One of the healers will come out and, look at this parade of people and immediately gesture into one of the deeper private, not one of the open ward rooms, but, one of the private rooms. This level of clout, there's a lot of people involved in this.
Yeah.
And start asking questions rapidly in Dwarvish. What happened? What do we know?
What? So is he speaking to a front desk person or a?
No, you guys don't even get to the front desk. One of the healers, definitely presenting as agender, which is not an uncommon thing among dwarves. Literally came out and looked at the crowd of dwarven nobles involved in this situation and was like, well, we're gonna skip this whole front desk issue. We're gonna skip this whole, private, ER, you know, triage issue. We're just gonna bring all of these people into one of the private exam rooms, private rooms, and start going off on like, okay, what happened? How long ago? What do we know? Medical details, requests.
And Arzo will be completely forthcoming and share everything that from his perspective.
Could you roll a what? I actually think there's a different skill for this. Hold please while I check the book. Please, book, come to me. Nope, wrong book. Not that book. That game is not tonight. That game is a different night.
The opposite, charisma, maybe?
No,
No.
it's one of it's one of the doctor. I think it's one of the doctor's skills.
What is it?
And
Analysis?
those trees. Yeah, analysis. Use analysis to explain, because you've already done the diagnosis and the analysis. This is now you explaining all of this to someone else of the medical profession. You're not looking for a very high DC for this, but you get to use this instead of, say, first aid or just education to try and explain.
So this is an analysis role.
This is an analysis role. I haven't memorized the full skill chart yet. So with an 18, it's very efficient because you, again, have treated her. You've stabilized her. You know exactly what happened. Plus, you can also describe the personal sensations of the poison itself, which, as this is going along, a couple of, like, the nurses, for lack of a better term, like, we're going to call them nurses because I think nurses are underrepresented in fantasy worlds, and they are the most important people in a lot of these hospitals, and they did exist. And so the nurses have started, like, moving a couple of these extemporaneous people out of the room, and then, like, when you get to describing the actual physical effects that you felt, the doctor kind of glances up as from where they've been treating Purga, looks at you, snaps her hand at one of the, orderlies, not the nurses, but, an orderly, and just goes like, we need another bed, and we need another doctor. And then he turns to look at Arzo and they turn to look at Arzo and go, you aren't going to fight me on being treated, are you?
I suppose not at first.
Good. You're not as bad as half the doctors in this House of Healing. Please have a seat. And they gesture, like, another bread is brought in. They gesture to it. Zolkor is basically going to take the little, like, chair that's in the corner of the room and just post up there. Mesmo's gone with Durin. Zerny and Kazak. Kazak looks a little confused. He is the youngest. He doesn't quite know what you want him to do. Zerny takes one look at all this and goes, I'm heading back to the house to keep things from not exploding. This is not what I had on my bingo card for dinner tonight, but it's a pretty good... No, it's not. It's a horrible time. But, I didn't cause this mess! And he takes a piece. He pieces out.
That's funny.
I don't know what he said, but I assume he said something about going back. I can see that everything is being taken care of here. You and your fiance, Lord Arzo, seem to be in a good situation. And I will be returning myself also back to the estate, where I will collect my wife and my daughter. We can discuss business, I suppose, tomorrow, unless there's something else you might need from me, Lord Arzo.
Sorry, whose fiance?
Yours, obviously. So, do you need anything from me before I leave?
He'll look at Zolkerd. I did not. He doesn't.
Well, I mean, unless this is the You know what, Lord Ardzo, we can discuss your impish behavior when you're a bit more treated. Well, take care of yourself, my lord, and looks at Zolkor, does not know if Zolkor speaks the common tongue or not, decides not even to really bother about it, and then just goes, yes, well, my lords, and I will be following your brother. And sort of like he hops out after Zerny.
I'm very confused, but
I'm too. I didn't know where he picked that up from. I didn't. I hadn't spoke much. So I don't. You know.
Yeah,
Just,
I don't know about this. This individual. I'm not sure about them. But I'm going to be here if you need me, for when you need me.
Yeah, okay.
I had
Thank
one of
you.
the servants inform my father. Well, I'm assuming that Durin and Mesmo are also going to inform him, but I figure I should let him know that and I didn't almost get poisoned. You did. That was bad. But
I technically I did get poisoned. I drank it. I just knew that it, wouldn't have the desired effect.
why not? What do you mean? How did you?
So you know how we mentioned that we were going to grab a drink later. This is a conversation for then.
All right.
But right now, I just want to make sure that my sister is taken care of, and we're going through the proceedings as nice and fair as we can. Which is, it feels weird to say that out loud, but I just want to make sure that this is done right.
All right. The doctor is going to, lucky for them, they have this counts as a healing tent, and this counts as a treat with the bonus from analysis, so...
Did Durin go with?
Durin went with Mesmo.
So am I in the same room as my sister? Or
yeah, no, they brought in a bed into your sister's room to kind of just be this one thing. I'm going to just try and roll this for you based on math, so... That's a 24, so you are succeeded on 1 treatment. Why did that do that? Thank you, sorry about that. You get 1 success for your, so you get the benefit of the healing tent, so +3, or +2, +1, +3, so you have a +5, you have 5 HP back.
Excellent.
Your sister is also being taken. But we're gonna fade away from, we're gonna come back to Ardzo in a moment, but we should check in on Durin and Mesmo and, the unfortunate, still breathing Gimner, who has only been stabilized and not been treated at all. You can find one of the cells that doesn't have an outward-facing wall, Most of them don't, and the ones that do usually have been reinforced with some level of iron bars, crossways, very efficient. More cages than cells. It's much more efficient and less likely to be escapable.
Put the lump on a bed in one of the cells. When he comes to, make certain he gets plenty of water. We need to flush all the poison out of his system.
The guard kind of nods at that and moves and doesn't ask any questions. 2 members of the Council of Elders have brought this guy in, mostly, no, unconscious. He is unconscious. And just kind of like, right, this is above our pay grade. We don't need to ask any questions.
All right. So there's definitely paperwork that needs to be done. Attempted kinslaying, attempted assault, assault of a member of the High Council, attempted slaying of a member of the High Council. There's many charges.
Also, Lady Brenna is an ambassador, and also Countess and Witcher also assaulted her.
Assault on nobility from outside. Like, there's just there's a litany.
I'm not getting any sleep tonight, am I?
You'll get some. You need to get some. We're going to have to grill him.
In the morning. At some point.
Yes, after an ample breakfast.
This is true. Alright. You, me, paperwork. Oh, we should inform
Oh, there will need to be a number of pages sent to all the members of the High Council houses, including His Majesty. Also, we should probably let His Majesty know where his son is, and that he is okay.
That's fair. That one we should do. Where is he? Where is he?
His formal request for a trial.
Rundren! Rundren, there we go. We need to send that message to Rundren.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I got a lot of working out today. So let's just keep going.
Are you okay? You look a little wheezing.
Well, yes, I took a necrophage to the chest.
You shouldn't do that. Those are bad for your health.
They invaded my forge.
We have to do something about that too. I mean,
yes, when the Witcher recovers, I am certain. Well, I have already negotiated on part. I just going to need a 70% reimbursement for all of the silver that I'm going to end up using, and the iron. But yes, most everything is in trade, and by all accounts, at least from my math, we're coming out ahead on hiring the Countess.
I do like that math. Do like that. All right. Paperwork. You should see a doctor. You look...
I already did. I'm fine. It's bandaged. Also, this is load-bearing plate, so it's essentially bearing me.
That is good plate. That is good plate. And as you walk into the offices of the council, he kind of gestures to one of the, hangers-on, people, not quite servants, but,
Yeah.
not quite assistants. We'll call them assistants. They're not secretaries. They haven't gotten the credit or gone to the school to get that title. They're just assistants. He'll gesture to one of them, goes, "We need a couple round of drinks."
Drinks and yes, this is going to be a long night. Bacon sandwiches, please.
All the bacon. So we're going to leave. Actually, can I ask you to roll business for me, please?
Okay.
I love that
Roll-
skill. I love the fact that there are these skills in our friend Artosaurian games.
I will say that, and also having the clarity on going like this rank means blah
Mhm.
makes me feel good inside.
That is the other
Um,
really great thing about it. It's like, this means that you have this level of competency in this
Yeah.
thing.
I'm going to spend 2 luck on this because it just feels right.
Okay. It's confused.
23.
That's, it will be, even with the amount of alcohol, or maybe because of the amount of alcohol you and Mesmo will be indulging in over the course of this evening while you do this
Mhm.
paperwork. The paperwork is pristine. It's perfect. The legalese is, there are no major holes, no major,
I to paraphrase, pretty much all dwarven, governmental types, in my opinion, are all curmudgeon-y Christopher Hutchinses. They are
Yes.
functional alcoholics. In order to do all the paperwork proper, you have to put alcohol into the system.
also known in certain naval military circles as steamers. Look that term up, children. It's a very unique one.
In order for it to work properly, alcohol goes in.
The system. So we'll leave them there. We're gonna go back and check on Math for a moment. Math, how are you doing? How's life going for you?
Excellent. I'm just come to go and pick up my wife, and hopefully, while I've been gone, she's made some sort of business contacts, and we can go back to where we are staying and have a lovely rest of the evening. I was going to get out of this situation, but politely, of course.
By the time you do get back, she is confirmed that you are ready to leave, and that she is more than happy to go back to where you all are staying and away.
From this.
Mhm.
Yes. Well, whoever's the highest ranking person at this moment, many of the people are poisoned or in the hospital or whatnot, but whoever's the highest ranking person, we will pay our respects as we leave.
Wow, I think that's Zerny.
Lord Zerny, thank you for inviting us to your home. It was the dinner was lovely, as was the dinner was lovely. I was about to say as was the wine, but figured maybe not.
Don't say that.
Nope, just didn't say it. Yes, as it was lovely, and you have a beautiful home, and it was a pleasure.
Thank you. We'll have to get in contact with you sometime later in, probably tomorrow. Let you know about,
Testimony.
yes, all that kind of stuff.
Yes. Well, you can find me at my wife's caravan, although I will probably be spending a little bit of time gathering Berbicane fruit and whatnot, just looking about. So you can always leave a message at the caravan, and I will get it.
That sounds like a plan. We'll go with that plan. Thank you for coming. We're glad you could join us. Sorry
Yes,
about
thank
the
you.
attempted murder. It's always awkward.
Oh, well, yes, of course. I mean, every once in a while you have an attempted murder. That sort of thing does happen here and then, I imagine. Could have been worse.
Oh, yeah, it could have literally been worse. I mean,
It could have been a necrophage attack right in the middle of dinner and the poisoning at both at the same time. It would have been quite awkward indeed.
yeah, that would have really sucked. I mean,
Yeah. Yes. Um, or
But-
that could have been and this is like, you can tell now Maps is going to try to like come up with a really good sort of joke, which is what people who work well with other human beings and dwarves, like, people, other sentients, when they make jokes with each other, it's like a palling around thing. So you can see he's like trying to think of a good one. He goes, nah, also it could have been worse. That could have been like 4 hours of elven poetry read. Ha!
I've been to that party. It really sucked. Hey, Muff, do you want to come to the next orgy? I think you'd really enjoy it.
Oh, I do not think my wife would let me.
We could invite her too.
Oh, my wife is somewhat possessive.
And you can, I don't know, can Maff see on his face? Brenna can.
And-
So I
and
think
will
your
say-
Math can. He's like, has this moment of where he's turning to make that invite to Odriana.
And please note, when Mapp says that she's possessive, he doesn't, there's no hint of that being a negative thing for him whatsoever, right? Like, it's just like, like yes, he seems to be totally fine with that. Like, that's like my wife is possessive. Like, and maybe even like a bit of a pride in that moment, like that he thinks that's awesome, that she is,
Oh no, like, but you just see this moment
Yeah.
of like thought on his face. He decides, then you can see it, well, the audience sees it go away. He's not going to push this at the moment.
One last thing, if you don't mind.
Hmm?
I know that there's some sort of expedition of some sort going on about this sort of necrophage situation.
Probably. She's in charge. We hired her.
Yes. Well, she cannot do this thing by herself. I, Lord Mathvaren, do need to be involved because necrophages are part of the natural world, and they are clearly being influenced by something unnatural. And so therefore, as a person whose duty it is to keep the balance between the natural and whatnot, I will have some sort of jurisdiction on this incident, so I'll have to be invited along. So just make sure that I am invited and told where we'll be meeting up for this sort of a thing, because we cannot have any kind of wanton destruction of nature in this process.
We will take it under advisement within the offer, and we appreciate it when the offer, with the attitude in which the offer was made.
Excellent. Please note, this is quite serious. The balance of nature is important. And I'm not going to speak ill of anyone, but there are some sorts of types of people who willy-nilly just murder things all around without worrying about balance, and that sort of thing cannot happen. So just let me know when you're leaving in the morning or in the afternoon, whatever it is you'll be leaving, and I'll make sure I'm there.
We'll let you know. Thank you very
Excellent.
much for coming. We hope you had a pleasant evening. And then he'll turn and say the same thing to Odriana and escort you both to the door.
And get the daughter, little
Ainfra.
Ainfra, and head out.
Arzo, you have been treated, and your sister is now sleeping. She's been giving, medication to help her sleep. And it's basically you and Zolkor left conscious in this room. What are you doing?
Trying to assess like how he feels about all this, I guess. So sometimes like in fight or flight, right? You do one of those two things, and you don't really take stock in like the cost it has on your body until like the day after. And he's trying to assess like what all of this, like how is the poison still having a negative effect on his body? Is like how kicked to shit does he feel with roughly half hit points?
Pretty shitty, I would assume. I mean, it would be my bet that you feel pretty shitty on that.
Hmm. Um,
But I'm not making any judgment on
right, 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 right. So I suppose he would look at Zolkerd, and he would, on second thought, I'm not feeling. I thought I would be feeling better, but now I feel that the excitement has died down, and that the reality that my body is facing something has set in, and maybe maybe a tavern is not the best place to go after this.
and he just kind of smiles and nods, and like you can tell that he was waiting for you to come to that decision yourself, but he really didn't expect to actually go drinking tonight.
Right? His eyes, Arzo's eyes are sometimes bigger than his stomach. So did you perhaps have someplace a little quieter in mind?
I can think of a couple places.
Okay. What are they?
Well, they're my apartments.
Apartments? You have apartments now?
My own businesses to run.
Oh, okay. Um, suppose that if that had to, it would work. It's just you know, um, perhaps another place if you have something, access to something.
Uh, what exactly are you looking? Thing like a cafe or your rooms
Realistically,
at the inn?
something. I think that might be the best.
And
Rooms at the inn. Of the people that could listen, none of them would care.
then that is where we will go.
He'll kind of like gently uh, uh like go into his sister's space. If you are awake and you need anything from me, is there anything I can do for you?
She kind of looks up at you and she goes, like, whispers, is like, in the way of you making up with Zolkor or your date night.
I, this is not about what you. No, I'm checking on you. You
I'm
drank
going to
poison.
sleep for about 48 hours.
Okay, good, good, good. I'll stop by and check on you occasionally, and just let me know if you need anything. Okay, I am concerned for you and my niece.
Thank you.
Okay. I will see you soon. Okay. All right. To the inn.
So it's going to take you a little bit to get back to the inn from where you were. Again, the inn is off the main thoroughfare, but still close by. And a little bit of a distance from the, higher end court, territories that you were at visiting your sister. When you get back to the inn, Kerwin has been come back. Zerny is downstairs. And will kind of like give you a little bit of a side eye, but isn't going to bother you at the moment.
Yeah. um. And he'll pull up a chair, pull out 2 chairs, offer one up to Zolkerd, and sit down at the table.
Zolkord will will wait for you to sit and then take a seat. And then, all right then. Drinks?
That does sound good. What are you drinking, my friend?
Whatever you choose to give me.
Okay, let us I could kind of use a pick-me-up too. So how about something nice and bitter?
All right then.
He'll go up and order 2 of the bitterest ales that they have on tap.
Okay. It will be the work of moments to get you your ale.
And lay down some coins. Way too many coins, and that cost like gratuitous tippage. And then bring the tips or bring the drinks back to that table. Well, where do I begin?
I mean, your comment about why you were convinced that you drinking poison was not a bad thing.
Okay, so depending on how much of you has changed and where you are today, this could be damning myself here saying this to you, but I essentially can't die.
He takes a pause at that, looks you dead in the eye. I'm sorry, I need you to repeat that.
No, you heard me.
Could you explain a little bit?
I would. Yes, but you have access to a great many things, Zolkerd. So I want you to tell me what you have heard about me, and let me confirm or deny those things.
That you are living in the woods by yourself. As a doctor, there were rumors that you had taken to production of and selling of not illicit, but unadvisable medical products.
Interesting. Yeah.
Fell in with a witcher. Most recent thing that I definitely heard is that you were getting involved with perhaps some complicated things in Bellhaven.
Oh yeah. I mean those things definitely. I can see how one would think those things. Now, you did hear, my brother-in-law call me unclean. That comes with certain things, does it not?
Yes, but I didn't think you were involved in kinslaying, murder, or other certain, shall we say,
Behaviors that make you unclean.
look, I know that you have turned down every single one of Zerny's invitations to an orgy.
Yeah, first off, I feel like going to the same orgy that your brother is in is a little weird.
Therefore, I'm pretty sure that nothing else you could be. That I agree would be very weird. It would be weird for me. I'm glad you've turned that down. I don't know why Zerny keeps inviting. Maybe he's looking at your. Like, he wants he's trying to get your, reaction out of you for this.
I would not put it past him. I think he would take joy in that, but that's not what I don't hold it against other people. Maybe I do a little bit, but it's just not for me. And I don't know where he discovered this thing about himself that is like, this is who I am now. I have lots of open sex parties. That it's hard to think that we are related sometimes. Do you believe, or I guess, it has been some time. Have you seen any first-hand accounts of curses and the like? Is that something that you buy into?
I mean, I don't deny the existence of curses. Nobody I personally know has been cursed, at least not. Heard about the werewolves and, the weird shit they get up to in Skellige with the bears.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But I believe that I have that the curse of some such has manifested in me due to actions of my ancestors.
Okay.
And when I tried to remedy this, I made it a bit worse. And
let's rewind a bit. How did you? Who cursed you?
Okay. Well then, so counter question. How familiar are you with the lore of monsters?
I mean, I've heard stories, everybody stories, and I do travel the road a bit.
So if I were to say the word Leshen to you,
I would say, what the fuck are you doing in the woods?
it does. So, okay, well, first off, I mean, that is a loaded question. I'm healing people in the woods. Other woods, but so in the past of the Gulo family, we have taken to the removal of trees for use of resources, which had upset a Leshen. In turn, Leshen cursed the family line, and it manifested generations later in me. And I can't believe I'm saying all this out loud right now. Trying to turn over a new leaf and be honest and communicate things, despite this not feeling super great to tell you. I had so in the night when the moon is new, I will transform into something akin to what they speak of in Skellige. Not exactly the same.
Wait, how can you turn into a bear? Like that?
I said akin to, not let's like that, and from an idea.
Okay, I mean, that makes slightly
more
more
in
sense.
line, something of my stature.
I mean, because I would ask the question of where the extra mass came, right? You know, you are a very fine-looking dwarf,
Oh, well,
but
thank
you are not a grizzly bear is much. That even a big person, that makes no sense to me.
Right. That is not something I can explain. It just happens. And I wanted, I guess, to understand it, but also be free of it. Part of the reason why, that is part of the reason why did I run. Because everybody, all it takes is one moment for me to lose control, and then everybody that I care about that is close to me is in danger. And I can't do anything to stop it but mitigate risks. And then when I went to go try to solve this problem and speak to, I did not do so well, as talking is not my strongest attribute. So reasoning left me, I guess, cursed a second time with something I have yet to explore, which is the inability to pass by normal means.
Okay, so I do not think that this is a. When you say that you have not had the ability to explore, we lost Pope, and I'm going to just quickly give me a second, put a temporary placeholder in while we do this. Hopefully Pope can rejoin us momentarily. But until then, little placeholder. Right now. There we go. So, all of that. Okay. So, getting back to my question, what do you mean when you haven't, tried to experiment with this? I feel that experimenting with this might be a bad thing.
No, I feel like, yeah, yes, it is, because if I experiment incorrectly, I guess I will stop existing, but yeah, it is a lot to digest. I don't know, so I mean, there it is about me. So hopefully that can help you, and inform you into reasons why I do and the things that I have done. I suppose I should have told you earlier, but you can see how somebody would want not to share something like that, right?
Possibly. I am, however, wishing that we could have discussed this together at the time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I didn't, and here we are now.
And I feel like that is a lot, but I am glad that we could talk about it now.
Right. And there's a lot left. I cannot sit here and be anything but honest anymore. I don't want to play anybody else's game.
Then we don't play anybody else's game.
So I guess what have you been up to?
Well, I've been expanding and working independently of my father. I do some trade negotiations for him now and then, but I have my own businesses.
That is good. What is it that you're getting into now? You have several
Um,
what?
Lime, mostly. It's very useful. A lot of the surface folk can purchase it. Also some other calcified minerals. Cheap, easy to extract, very high profit margin.
And who is your competition in the market?
Really no one.
Why are other people not dealing in limestone?
No, I don't know. But, I don't have a lot of idea about why others aren't doing it, but it works out well for me. There are a couple people, of course, that are involved, but not a lot.
That is fair. And how do you feel about it?
I mean, it really is, uh, easy to work with, and a surprising little bit of fun to make some money. And now I have something personal that perhaps I might be able to stand and tell people that I stand on my own, and don't necessarily need to rely on other family.
That is good. That is what you have wanted. Um, uh, what else? What do you do in your free time? Have you developed hobbies?
Um, I mean, not per se, and some minor jewelry work for personal stuff, but little things.
Great, great. Any you know, pets? Any are you seeing anyone? What is up?
No, I really haven't. Heard so.
Well, you know, uh, busy with work or
No, I was waiting for someone else to come home.
this that is, you are patient.
I will admit that for a long period of time, like say 20 years, there was a desire to, yell involved.
Well, yeah, okay. I did my best to kind of fill you in on what was going on. You could see how I don't want to tell anyone that, and I could see how things aren't going to work if I can't tell anyone that.
But now that you could tell me that and we are better in a better place, don't you think that this is a better thing to do?
I think that being honest is important, and in my running, I have found um, that I enjoyed the company of people. A select few people, mind you, some of which I have sold some things to that I am not proud of. But for the person that I have made these things for, that they were worth it, and I just in the name of honesty, I did not think I was going to be back here, so I continued to run and tried to create paths. So I just want to let you know I did not wait.
I didn't think you did. Both adults.
I kind of ran away from another thing to get to this point. Anyway, she's a cook though. She's very good, and I still have to see her because I left.
You seem to do a lot of leaving, Art.
Well, you know, this is like step number 3 in the other side of the leaf. I don't really think things through. Now I'm just honest and I say what I want, which is the truth. And I don't know how that's going to affect people, and that's difficult for me to predict. So I don't have answers, Zolkord. But you deserve to know the truth about me, so you can. I guess if I were to die tomorrow, I would want you to know who I am.
That too. So, Arzo, as he takes another sip from his beer, if I were to come back tomorrow morning, to see how you are doing, and perhaps invite you a more private dinner with less entertainment of the poisoning of the family sort, would you be amenable to such an arrangement?
I think I would be.
Then I think I will let you rest and recover. I will see you in the morning.
And I will see you in the morning. Thanks for listening. And if you have opinions on my past, please don't try to poison me.
I would never try to poison you. So, on the one hand, I have evidence that it wouldn't work. And on the other, I am not a sniveling coward.
That I know. That I know. Thank you for listening.
And he will reach out and grab your wrist on the table and like just squeeze it just a little bit.
And Arzo will reciprocate.
So I will see you tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning.
And he will stand and smile at you and then just bow with the most courtly flourish.
Hey, I don't have that. You'll have to teach me that.
It took a while for me to learn, but I'm getting better. It makes the surface people happy.
That it does. That it does. Well, I guess I will practice my my courtly graces. I will show you tomorrow.
All right then. He will bow, he will smile and nod and walk out, leaving you alone in this room. Which then leads to us checking. I think this is the perfect place to take a break for the evening. We'll wake up in the morning and find out what everyone's going to do, because we've got a poisoner to interrogate. We've got, possibly a date, family discussion, so many things to happen. But I think this is the perfect place to take a little break stretch, bio, all of those good things. And we'll see you in a little bit, everybody. On. Why are you not doing the thing? Why do you not do the thing? There we go. Alright. Sorry, folks. The thing was doing the thing. Or not. See you in a little bit! Welcome back, everyone.
The fish I had last week.
No,
Oh, yeah,
we don't
see?
need to discuss that anymore, by the way. We
How's your gut, Billy?
I was fine, guys.
okay, don't do it again. Can't guarantee that in the future.
You're right. We can't guarantee anything.
Nope. But we are back. It has been a full night. Everyone who has slept, so not Durin, recovers your hit point, gets your recovery back in hit points. Your rec score and hit points. You get all of your stamina back. You would have had that back earlier, but Durin didn't rest, so he doesn't get those hit points. He did paperwork instead.
It wasn't going to do itself.
No, but you could have just let Mesmo do it.
I was not going to do that to Mesmo.
I got a great night's sleep. It was lovely, and I don't know about what you all were doing. I had a lovely time. It was wonderful. I also wasn't poisoned by my family, so I think I slept quite well.
There's that possibility. So, we will start this morning with a message arriving for Ardzo. From Zerny. Very early. Apologizing for not being there for breakfast, but he has been called to attend to the Council of Elders, and you are also requested. As you know, you need to be there to deal with issues that have arisen.
Can I try to infer what issues have arisen based on the invitation alone?
It looks like basically an explanation of like you all are. There was a decision made to not dither about Gimner, and rather than delay things, everybody's being called into this meeting, basically the interrogation. I mean, half interrogation, half trial of Gimner.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of apparently takes precedence over breakfast with you in a private environment.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dinner's more romantic anyway, so you can just, dinner.
Yeah. Breakfast plans plus time equal dinner plans.
Yeah, pretty much. He's not turning you down in any way, shape, or form. He's just kind of like, we need to go to this thing. I wish, wish we could go to breakfast. I would rather enjoy that instead. But, instead, we should, we have to go do this thing. I'm looking forward to dinner. Kind of, basically, is what the letter says.
Mm-hmm. Yep, let's do it.
So
Let's get the show on the road.
You will be joining for the interrogation.
Mm-hmm.
This then leads to a guard will be sent to Lord Varen, requesting your presence at the court proceedings. He doesn't call it a trial. He just calls it court proceedings.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. I think he probably just would have asked his wife if she'd gotten like any kind of business contacts, like when they'd gotten home, just to see if like she got something out of it. Because like, he cares.
I mean, yes and no.
There was a whole poisoning,
Yeah, there was a whole lot of that going on.
but as long as it looks like there are some opportunities, he'll feel like it was a good evening. Like, I realize that some people might think, wow, people almost died because of a poisoning, and you're thinking it was a good evening because your wife might have gotten some business opportunities. Yeah, sure.
No, I mean there was not a negatives. There were all positives and the possibility of discussion in the future. But
Yeah,
you
that
know,
sounds like a great evening.
Things were kind of interrupted by the poisoning.
Absolutely.
Like, you don't have major business conversation
I know,
before
right?
dessert.
I know. And then there was a poisoning. I know.
It interrupted it interrupted everything. The timeline was wrong.
Yeah, but as long as there's like a good in at least, right? And I feel like there's a way in which if there were other people out there, maybe they would feel different feelings about that conversation. But that sounded like it was a good evening, more or less. It was a bummer that it was interrupted. But it's a good thing. But he's feeling as if that his ego's been stroked by this invitation. He will of course get himself all ready to go, and then he will go to these proceedings.
So
Hopefully try to get the messenger to take him there.
yes, the messenger will be able to get you there, on time. So we're just going to fast forward to all of you arriving in the council chambers. The council is present, so all 15 of them are there. I'm not going to name everyone because
This is not Tolkien.
no. Look, if you were also being paid by the word, it would work, but I'm not, so fine. But the important people, the sitting center of the table, this kind of quasi-semicircular, and it's this kind of more bowed than true semicircle, it's just arched just enough so that you can give the impression of line of sight from one end to the other to the council member, so you don't have to kind of lean out of your seat to talk 4 people down. You can kind of like quasi do it, but at the same time it isn't encircling or truly encompassing. But seated in the middle is Rundren, the head, what is his, he's the chief elder. That is his official title, the chief of the Council of Elders.
Math is just gonna memorize everybody's names because you need to know who's in power. Power is important. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's he memorizes everybody's names and where they all sit because he feels like that's probably important information for later.
Yep. Could you go ahead and roll for me in that instance? I believe it is. I'm gonna go with social etiquette in this. You don't have a very high DC. It's just how well you succeed is going to possibly give you a benefit later on in other things.
All right. Social etiquette. Yes, absolutely. 18.
18. Good to know. You will get a +1 on your next business interaction with a dwarf of society. Perhaps, not counting Durin or
Yes.
Hardzo.
Well, what he's going to do is give what other information he's gathered and give it to his wife so that she can do that. He gives her that. She talks better to beings. I just gather the information and I give it to her.
Mm-hmm.
I try to be helpful. That's what you do. When you care about someone, you do things like that. Everyone knows. I see you, Billy. I see you.
Nope. Sorry.
I'm taking my notes.
Sorry, I just got pinged on a thing. My apologies. Not something I need to really worry about. It's been taken care of. Okay.
Nice.
But yes, so they're seated in front. Rundren is seated in the middle. To his immediate left is going to be Durin, and then to his immediate right is going to be Mesmo. The arrangement of the people on the panel aside from Rundren, shift as needed, but in this case it's you two are both members of the council and eyewitnesses. You should be seated to the closest to the center, so if you know you need to make a statement, or if Rundren has a question that needs clarification, you're right there. Zolkor is present, but not seated on the council, because it would be kind of awkward. You know, his dad is still alive. Kerwin is attending, but is going to sit in the back. Kazak, Zerny, and Verena, no. Kazak and Zerny are there. Verena is not. She is remaining with all 3 children. Purga is not here. The doctor has informed that she can be brought if necessary, but it is not advised for her health at the moment. Then pretty much everyone, the rest of you. So, there's a bell, sounds like a giant gong. Well, we would say it's a gong, but really it's the sound of a hammer striking an anvil directly. It echoes through the space outwards. And for the first time, Math, that you can recall, Mahakam doesn't ring with the sounds of 1,000. Quiet. You can see a large number of people in the, seated in the benches and tiered, carved rocks of this quasi-amphitheater room. It's not very much of a rise, just, maybe a couple. But you can see that, and it's open, large open space, and you can see a number of the bridges kind of going above of people walking, and you're just stopping and looking down. There is a werebub in the corner, like kind of off to the side. Pushes his glasses up as he sits there with like 16 pieces of paper and a pen ready to take notes and document everything, because that's what they do. And there are 4 gnomes who seem to be standing in a group to the side, who are looked. Math would need to roll human perception.
Yes, I can do that. Although I believe, yes, I can actually just use Lawkeeper for that, because again, I know things about people not because I'm empathetic. You know what I mean? That's not how I get to know things about it. It's more like I look.
Yes, I'm sorry.
23.
I'm still getting used to the new.
Yes. No. I actually thought I appreciate that I had the opportunity to note that Math's ability to read people has nothing to do with being empathetic. That's just one of the things I wanted to just note. 23.
Oh, very nice. So, the gnomes are taking bets. The bookie is in place, and they're running the book on this event, and kind of working their way through the crowds of dwarves that are here.
Do I get a sense at all on which way the odds are going?
Well, right now the odds are very much in favor of conviction. It kind of like comes down to what it's going to be conviction of. Kinslaying is a little on the far. Poison, assault definitely. Actual attempted murder gets a little fuzzy, mostly because a lot of people don't think that Gimner really had the balls to murder his wife's family in front of her.
It's pretty bold.
It was very bold. Very bold.
Possibly shift the odds a bit more. Durin is still in plate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. A number of other people are also in their armor.
Yeah. And he went home and picked up his axe.
Perfect. So, it shifts a couple of the odds, but it doesn't shift them a lot. There's a lot of a lot of tone and conversation going on, a lot of speculation. You know, this trial, for lack of a better term, has definitely been called for you know, as a capital case, but you know, there isn't a lot of gossip knowledge available yet about what actually happened, because you know, last night and then immediately in the following morning the trial is called, so there hasn't been a lot of dissemination of gossip about what, you know, okay, he's being tried for murder. Oh, okay, so we got a murder trial. Okay, but who, what? I'm confused. There isn't a lot of things going on for that. Rundren will call, you know, after the hammer strike on the anvil and the silence of the forges throughout Mahakam, he'll call this to order. Zerny is seated next to you, Math, and is providing simultaneous translation.
I'm just going to ask, not that I'm just curious. Is he very good at that?
Yes.
I would imagine. I don't know for a fact, but he did invite me to an orgy, and I feel like people who are good at orgies are probably also cunning linguists. I cannot confirm that or deny it, but that's what I imagine.
How dare you?
What?
You say that
I'm
when
just-
Lindy's not here. I
know,
feel I
that
have to
was-
fill in for
I
Lindy
know.
on this one.
Thank you.
It's okay, I have that emote too.
If anything, you're full of atio.
But on that charming note, yes, so Zerny is providing simultaneous translation. So even though everything is being said in Dwarven as this is being said, I'm not going to worry about the language issue.
But I appreciate that we do have a language issue, because I like it when you have a game with multiple languages where it does come up. I appreciate that very much.
Exactly, and where people consider it.
Yes. It makes me happy.
So, moving on. Rundren will call the events to order. All right. Durin, Ardzo, you get to tell me what the fuck is going on.
Charges. And we have the scroll,
Yes.
because there was at least 2 bacon sandwiches, so a scroll was made.
Mhm.
And yeah, listing of attempted kinslaying, attempted poisoning, attempted assault on a member of the High Council, attempted murder on member of the High Council, and there's also commissioning of poison, which should be its own charge.
Yes, because this is not a normal poison.
And what about the where does all that what would be the charges that could be brought on the higher vampire type stuff?
That we do not have confirmed.
You
So
don't have anything
those-
on that yet.
Those charges have yet to be brought in this case.
Okay.
They might come out and we might add to the scroll. I've got my calligraphy kit with me.
Yeah.
I feel like I should also point out that the assumption in this is that begins as a
Friendly?
begins as a
Inquest?
no, interrogation as well as a trial. So with the expectation that more charges will be added as things progress. So the issues with the higher vampire haven't been added yet, but you know, that could happen in the near future.
I feel like an official dwarven charge should be deceiving your dwarven wife. I feel like that should be at the top of the list.
Lying to your
Deception's more of an that is truly distasteful, but that is not for the courtroom.
no.
charged.
That's a civil issue, not a criminal issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
That she's prepared. That's grounds for divorce and possibly emotional
Castration.
damages, and you know.
Yeah, that is like you see the 15 dwarves right here. That's those six's jurisdiction,
Yes.
not the full 15.
Yep, pretty much.
Well, excellent. Those are the charges being brought. Then those are the charges being brought.
It was already been brought. It's already been brought.
Already been brought in.
Just like bring it on. You know.
Okay.
So that's at least the formal information, London.
All right then. So we've
And note that in proceedings, I would like to take into account my niece and whatever steps are taken do not affect just one individual.
that is noted, and concern for the minor child will be taken into advisement. But next thing. What do I have to say for yourself, you sorry piece of shit?
How close is Ardzo to Lord Math Varran?
Your choice. I mean, you would assumably have a space in the front-ish.
Well, I'd be like up front in the gallery, right?
Yes,
because
'cause
I mean
you're-
I'm important.
Well, you're also a potential witness, so
Yeah,
So he would translate from Dwarvish to Elder for Lord Math Varran.
oh well, no, Zerny's sitting right next to him. to do
Zerny's
it.
taking care of
Oh, okay. Excellent. Just wanted to make sure that was taken care of.
Yep, Zerny's got it.
And I just want to put for the record, Math looks very serious, you know, very serious, you know, with his staff, serious face, you know, nodding. There's like a very very invested in the procedures. Very serious.
Yes, very serious issues indeed. So, Gimner will say, I was dealing with a problem in my family. It is not the business of this tribunal.
looks back down at the scroll with all the charges and then looks at Gimner. I do not know, Rundren, where stabbing me falls under internal family squabble, but
I would not say
Nah.
that that's an internal family issue, unless you started fucking one of the ghoulos and I didn't know about it. I mean,
no, I am no.
I would have had concern. You know, Rundren is like, yeah, I got you. And then he.
I think Math just goes to Zerny. Well, he's never been to one of your orgies? Oh. Look at
No, but I've invited him a few times. Although, I can say. And he kind of pauses and stops and goes, we'll talk about the orgy later. Mesmo's glaring at him from the bench. Alright. We have proven that it is not limited to a family matter. Next question. Ardzo, you got any questions for this piece of crap? Pretending to be a dwarf?
Is this the only opportunity I will have to ask him questions?
Theoretically, we're not supposed, this is his, you know, interrogation and then trial possibly in the future. Why? Did you want to wait?
No, there's just a lot of pressure to do it now. I suppose I could ask some now. Okay, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? You have a wife and a child.
Pretty sure I could get rid of the problem and curse and stain on our society.
What is this? Curse
But
and
even if you were successful in this endeavor, right, which you were not, what did you think that you would be free of consequence? That you think that somehow this council would not find out and you would somehow be above the law of our people?
I was removing a curse and a plague upon our people. You have no business being in this city. Your family has no business either.
Well, clearly that is not up to you. And you are married to someone in my family, which essentially makes you my family.
An unfortunate oversight that can be corrected.
How? Go ahead. You can tell everybody. How would you correct it?
Remove the problem.
And what is the problem?
You and your family. You are a bane on us. You bring us nothing but evil.
This is very serious words.
Okay, so what evil has the Gulo family brought to you?
You bring the attention of evil surfacers to us. You bring the attention of monsters to us. And your mere existence is an insult to the gods and the ancestors.
If that were the case, why do you think that it has been so long since I have been back to see my family?
I do not care. You're still breathing. You make your name for yourself on the surface. It spreads beyond to others. How many of you how many of you have not heard of Ardzo and his illicit dealings with criminals in the production of illicit fistek?
I haven't.
Well, there's one.
I don't know about Fistek. I know about chickens. I don't know about Fistek.
Oh, so is Fistek technically illegal? Is that actually true? I wouldn't know. I don't really deal with that sort of a thing. But isn't it just something that occurs naturally as part of nature? I mean, little pieces of things that come from nature then put together, sort of like just herbalism, isn't it?
Selling to criminals is illegal.
Is it? Is that the law? Does someone know the technicalities of the law? If something is not itself illegal and you sell it to someone, is that actually legal? I don't know if it is. Does someone know? Because I've not heard any of this business at all.
Rundren would interrupt at this point. It's like, and you are...
Ah! Hello? I am Lord Math Varen of Magturga, but also Master Druid from the famed circle of druids at Cade Merkvid. At your pleasure, and I was a witness to this nefariousness. Also, I'm a little bit confused about, he's going on about Lord Ardzo, but he poisoned a lot of people, just quite a lot of people, including the Countess from Matina, who is also a witch. It seems like he was willy-nilly just poisoning all sorts of people. He could have poisoned myself, my wife, and my daughter. That's a lot of people who could have been poisoned. I don't know what he's going on about, really. Seems quite, what's the word? Indiscriminate in his murderous feelings of, yes, Anyway, at your service, I was a witness and I was involved in this with the
We'll get the
necrophage.
witness statements in the bit. Sit down.
Yeah. Ooh, yes.
And he turns to look at Dur and he goes, "You bring," and kind of whispers in a way, but he's a dwarf and he's older, so
Yeah.
pretty much half of this room heard him in general. He's just gonna go like, "Where did you find this shithead?"
Was
Came
that
in with the
translated?
caravan.
Zerny goes, "Where did you find this person?" And just pauses.
Came in with the caravan. His wife is very well connected and somewhat cared about on the main thoroughfare. To put it in metaphor, he is a raven, Rundgren. A very messy raven.
Oh, his wife. I like her. Okay, he
Yeah.
can stay. Zerny basically just says, he likes your wife. He thinks your wife is cool.
Ah, yes, she is.
So in this attempt to I guess cleanse the great city of Mahakam of my presence, you saw it fit to do that how?
Well, you need to die. And since everyone I've spoken to about this issue says that you can't, it was imperative that I procure something that would ensure that you would.
And how was that, if I may ask? How did you plan on doing that?
I was given a tool to ensure you did not survive.
And what was it? The hammer? Can you be more specific?
An alchemist ensured things would be helpful.
Oh, did the alchemists give you a special what is it? Knife? Is it maybe a like a cooking thing to ensure that I would please, I
A
feel like
concoction.
okay. And what were you going to do with this concoction?
Remove your existence and the insult and stain that you provide on all dwarven society.
Okay. But just me, or did you want to use that on other people as well?
I figured, why not remove other problems at the same time?
Okay. And so if you did do that and these problems no longer existed and were in fact dead, did you not think that this would not happen, that you would not be sitting in front of the council?
No! They should reward me for removing such evil as you.
And then what of my sister? She would have found out, and how would that argument have concluded?
I'm sure it would have worked quite well.
And why is that?
Because, I'm sure I could convince her that you are just as evil. I mean, you did bring the attention of a higher vampire to our family. All of it, even.
I did no such thing of bring the attention of a higher vampire into our family.
Basmo, this is the time to bring in all the information.
Yes, alright.
I have vampire. Ooh, it's...
Apparently, so here's the other bit, Rundgren. This piece of shit that my sister is unfortunately still married to, although we will be correcting that problem in the future. Near future. arranged for a higher vampire to be convinced that I and my brother stole from him to arrange for the higher vampire to murder us both.
Also, here is sworn testimony from the countess that we just recently hired to deal with the necrophage problem. The one that he tried to poison.
Ah, that will be useful. Alright, so explain the vampire thing. I've got to understand. That doesn't make sense to me. What the fuck is going on with the vampire?
So, using my face and Mesmo's name, there was a higher vampire who was missing something, and posters were drawn with my likeness and Mesmo's name, so that the higher vampire would seek us out and, do what the predators would do to people that steal their things. So wrongful. What is it? I'm no good at this law stuff. What is the? We're being framed for something that we did not do, towards something that we knew would definitely kill us without thinking.
So consorting with dangerous extraplanar entities is also added to the list of charges.
Okay, but okay. So wait. Are we charged? Is consorting with the extraplanar entity a crime? 'Cause we gotta double check that one because,
If it is in the case of trying to bring harm to a citizen of Mahakam, yes.
Okay, so we're just saying that anybody who associates with the higher vampire is committing a crime, or is it the
No.
the
The eliciting of using said
the
entities' abilities.
Okay, so we could just make it down. We should just bring it down then to the solicitation of murder for perjury.
Okay, solicitation.
Yeah, we don't need to get into the higher vampire shit. I think that just distracts and like Rundren is like calmly turned to you and having this business conversation just as if this was any other contract you all were writing.
Yeah.
It's like
This is what dwarves do.
this is what dwarves do. It's like there's not a I'm sure that there's a lot of other reasons why this could be done, but let's make it easy. No, it's a lot easier to prove that he just lied than solicited for perjury with the intention of murder. We'll go with that.
Okay. So, that charge has now been entered into the file.
All right. So how do you plead on being a scum-sucking asshole who tried to murder your family? Anyone else have any other questions about this shithead that are important? Because I'm
I've got
pretty.
a few.
All right, Durin, you're up.
One, you said that you procured the concoction from the alchemist in order to assassinate your brother-in-law. You would like the name of the alchemist who provided such concoction, please.
Please roll intimidate.
Can I help?
How are you helping? And then you may tell me what complementary skill you are rolling.
How am I helping? How am I not hurting? Let's... Okay, so... can I... Okay. He wants to go into a coughing fit and try to spit up
Blood.
Yeah, not blood, but make it seem like he was definitely affected by the poison in a negative way.
Okay. Okay. I feel like this is a I feel like this is a deception.
It is true. He was poisoned. You know.
Yeah, but he's also been treated and stabilized.
So deceit check, which is under
Your deceit, which is under empathy.
Yeah.
And I will remind you all that you have a bunch of luck sitting here from chat. Just saying.
Can I use 2 of those
Mhm.
Lux?
Yeah, go for it.
I have 2 Lux to give.
19 on the deceit.
19. 19.
Okay, so a 19 on the deceit. That will give you a +2, Durin,
Okay.
on your roll
All
for
right,
intimidation.
I'd like to use 1 from chat and 2 from myself.
That works. So you're rolling a +5.
Mm-hmm. 26.
Ooh, that is very good. I'm going to roll for him, but he has a penalty now, so it is not as good. You know, his will is not so good, but... Sorry, doing math in my head. Oof, 25 because he crit, but you still beat him. So he is
Nice.
reluctant, and it like, there's a stare off moment where everything is, you know, he's trying to like glare at you and be strong, and then you, Arzo starts coughing and, you know, coughs a little bit, and, you know, fakes, you know, holds a hand up in front of him and just like nicks the inside of his mouth just enough so it looks like he's coughing blood, but he's not actually coughing up blood. Which gives the sympathy and distraction. And he glances, you know, a couple people start being whispering concern about Arzo sitting here, and that distracts him just enough so he breaks eye contact. But when he looks back at you, he can't hold it any longer. I'm just like, a person of interest, a human, well, a mage.
Man,
Up. Where'd that thing? Where are my notes? Where is it? My notes. It is the name. He does not give the name of Alzor. I'm going to tell you that straight up. It is not Alzor that the name is. Baldwin, human, long hair, white beard.
This is a name we haven't heard in a while.
I had to check my notes, people. Have them. They're extensive.
And I think Map just turns to Zerny and goes, Lord Zerny, how did this fellow find a higher vampire in the first place? All those charges aren't going through me. That seems like that seems like a bit of a thing, don't you think?
I don't really care.
Well,
Hey, point is that he hired somebody.
well, I mean, I couldn't just find a higher vampire, and I know many things.
Alright. Well, Rundren! Zerny will shout from where he's sitting. Like,
oh god.
do we need to know why he found this higher vampire? Because that seems creepy as fuck.
That would probably be a good idea, how he found the higher vampire, at least the information about it. The individual.
So, Rundren will nod along and then glance into the audience and say, hey, you. Get Arzo to the hospital. He looks like shit. You're coughing blood. That's not a good thing.
If there's any further questions that you need of Arzo, just write them or have someone write them and send them.
Fair.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I still clearly have a ways to go in my recovery.
I make a concerned face at Lord Arzo.
Let justice be served.
So, with that, we should say goodbye to Billy so he can go get some rest for the evening because he's got ungodly hours of morning work.
Wake up in 5 hours, is that right?
Yep. Five and a half.
Yeah, yeah.
I have to unpack still.
Go get some rest, go get some sleep, and we'll see you next time. But say goodbye to the fine folks at home.
Goodbye, fine folks at home.
I was just waiting for you to say that. So
All right.
excited.
All right. See you next time, Billy. Do the thing. Phone. Why you no do thing?
Yeah, because it doesn't care about freedom. Or my reputation, clearly.
I mean, possibly. All right. So Ardzo is escorted back to the hospital because he looks like crap.
Yeah.
But I mean, part of this was also his intention to look like crap. So back in one side.
Effective.
Effective. But where were we doing the thing? Okay, so
Creepy.
Higher vampire.
higher vampire. Using that previous well, I'll let you use the same bonus from Ardzo, but you're gonna need a
Okay.
new intimidation skill.
How
Because
much
he shuts
luck
down
do
when
we
you
have in
ask.
chat?
You have 3 in chat.
You should use it.
Okay, let's use the 3 from chat plus the 2 from Ardzo.
Yes. It's important.
This is plot, folks. So
This
we're,
is
we're using a lot.
Do it.
In fact, I'll even use one of my own, so we'll get a +6 because this is important. This is really important. Because who was pulling Detlef's strings is something I want to find out, not just for the entire Witcher group, but also for our good Lindy, who is
Yeah.
on vacation right now.
yeah.
She probably wants to tell her vampire boyfriend.
Oh, brutal.
Wow. Wow.
Absolutely brutal. Sometimes this happens, folks.
Sometimes the dice have to tell you something.
But he crits in the other direction and says,
Yeah.
he glares at you, and then he like turns and spits in the general direction of Math. I mean, there's a large amount of space. He's kind of seated in his own like bench in the middle of the semicircle. You're in the front second row of the gallery, far enough back that there's no way, but the gesture and intention is there.
I'm going to take it personally anyway. I don't really feel like anyone else in the gallery is as important as I am. That was rude. Answer the question. You are asked a question by your better, you should answer. Go on.
He's not going to answer that question.
He's also not going to answer Math.
Speaking.
Yeah.
Yes.
But-
We can just find these things out in other ways if he's not going to speak.
We'll get to those in a bit.
Yeah.
Next question. From there. Do you have any knowledge as to why there are necrophages plaguing Mahak?
He smirks at that and says, I know that someone wanted to play, and I didn't say, but beyond that, I have no knowledge of how, where, or...
So that sounds like treason against the entire nation of Bahakam is what that sounds like. Admission of guilt, treason, high treason.
Who is this
Order
person
in
who
my
wants
court!
to- Who is this person that wants to play in there?
I believe he goes by Baldwin.
See. So you've put your wife and child in danger,
I'm in no danger.
but you care nothing about your child.
None of mine.
terrible, really.
He
Shameful.
literally uses the term to imply that his daughter is not his publicly in this
Yeah.
courtroom.
Yeah, that's rude.
Yeah, too bad Perga ain't here. Zerny takes offense at that. Zerny's like halfway, because he's doing simultaneous translation. There's that moment of like pause, because where he actually has to pause in the translation for what actually was just said to kind of come through. And he's like, "You motherfucking asshole, I'm going to stab you where you sit." And he starts to get up.
Oh,
I would like that be moved into evidence, please, because this is going to be important. So you have cavorted with a mage, then Baldwin, to procure
He may not be a
Hey.
mage.
cavorted with a surfacer who threatens Mahakam as a whole, and to procure a noxious concoction to murder your kin.
it's terrible business.
You are disowning your daughter.
She's
as
no
part of this
daughter of
proceeding.
mine.
Oh, that.
All right. And
That woman did not. No daughter of mine.
It's a hubbub.
Yeah, Zerny at this point is translating as Gimner isn't disowning his daughter. He's claiming that his wife committed adultery. and more importantly, line theft. But that's his accusation. And the terminology specifically that he's using.
this is actually when I turn to math at this point. And with actually very curious and kinder eyes than you've seen from him. And in elder speech, Lord Math von Ren, I have a question for you and the powers that you possess. Through natures of the blood, can you discern the truth of lineage?
Oh, it's questionable. I have a bit of idea of fate. When you go back, I can definitely tell you what he's been doing for the last couple of days, of course. Let's see how the blood tastes. It's possible. But definitely I can see what he's been up to, that little fellow, for the last few days. If he doesn't want to talk.
I mean, theoretically, I'm going to interject as a GM here and say that even though it's not necessarily specifically stated in the rules, you could do that because genetics is known, right?
Yeah.
Culture, that's how Witchers came into existence, is all genetics and mutation. That the knowledge of that exists, so you, with the amount of blood work blood magic you do, that wouldn't necessarily be actually something difficult, I would say.
Probably my fate
Like,
spell, yeah.
Yeah.
This is within the specialties of
Yeah.
Lord Math von Ren.
Yeah,
The peculiarities of the blood.
Yes, I would need, of course, to puncture him. I don't know if he's squeamish about being punctured.
We will get you the blood samples to do your work in due time.
And I just I don't even know if this fellow can understand the elder speech, but I look, like I'm being intimidating. It's just like
Would you like to roll that intimidation just to see how intimidating you look?
Let's find out if all of a sudden it's like he's very resistant to all these dwarves, but the one druid.
Yes, I will do this. I just want I give him a dirty look, just so you know. 13. Because again, I don't really care about other people so much. You know what I mean? It's not a thing.
He's not really intimidated by you, but that's,
I feel like he is really deep down. It may not look like it to anyone, but I feel like inside he might actually be a little intimidated. He just doesn't share.
Also make note of paying for the good Lord's services in compensation to him for his time.
Yeah, we'll add that to the bill.
Yes.
I mean, I'm assuming we're taking everything that's personally his at some.
anything that is not of the House of Gula, but specifically of his, is forfeit to
Yeah, there we
either
go.
the damages of those who have been harmed or Bahakam as a whole. Now, I do not think we have. He's guilty as shit, but sentencing should come later. I
Yeah,
would put him
that's a separate issue. We still have more questions. Like, who the fuck is this Baldwin asshole?
Yeah, yeah, some sort of mage.
and where can we find him?
Trooper.
Yes.
Lord Mathvaren.
Yes.
Would you please roll me?
I could.
Hold, I need to check something in the book.
I don't mind rolling at all, because after all, I am Lord Mathvaren, so clearly.
I need to
having
check.
a roll, yes.
Look, I have to check the book.
Oh yes, that Tome of Chaos. Yes, yes,
Because I need to check your skill tree. So, sorry.
yes. No worries.
For those of you who
my-
don't know, they have a new, very useful new book where they separated out druids and mages. And,
My lore keeper covers wilderness survival, monster or education or human perception.
yes, but I don't know if that's everything. Okay.
I also am very attuned to nature because nature
Yeah.
is quite polite, unlike some people who are quite rude, like this fellow. Like nature a lot more than I like this.
Okay, so it's nothing. They didn't add anything into the skill tree that would be relevant here. I need you to roll. I need you to roll. What is? Crap, because we'll go with streetwise, and you get a +2.
Hmm.
Because this Art Saurian game does not have gossip.
Oh, well, look, if I can get gossip, I will get some. One moment. There it is, the streetwise, and I'll give myself a +2 to that. Yes, 17.
The name Baldwin you specifically would have heard of before,
Yes.
but it is not connected. But when he mentions that it wasn't a mage, you would have heard of a druid, priest druid of Veopatis, who, as far as you know, is very dead and has been for 10 years.
Point of order.
Well, no, excuse me, not 10 years, 5 years. 5 years at this point. And to the point that you probably were invited to his funeral. It was a rather prestigious thing. He got
yes.
beheaded, and so his body was, the head and the body were tied together and thrown into a river, so it was given back to Veopatis. It was kind of a big name in certain circles.
Excuse me, point of order. You have spun your tale of lies, but I have found you out. I, Lord Mathvaren, I am not just some little rube that you could fool with some thin lies like this. I know for a fact that Baldwin, Druid of Veopatis, you may not have realized that you are speaking to a master druid, so I know things about druid people. I happen to have attended the funeral of one Baldwin, Druid of Veopatis, not but 5 years ago. Now, I'll tell you what, his head was not connected to his body at all. So, this Baldwin of yours, that is a lie. Thank you.
Zerny would translate all of this totally deadpan, without any of the emotional
Yes.
inflation, just because he's trying to not laugh himself. It's like,
I have no idea what the Veopatis is, but
no, you would know who Veopatis is,
oh, I do. Okay.
because
Older
even
god.
he is an older
god.
he's an old god, an old god to the point that the Vron worship Veopatis, and
Okay.
like the Veopatis is also seen as the god of the Vron city under the rivers, right? Like,
Okay.
he's not
So-
somebody like you may have the Vron know about him. He's also like a really big woodlands kind of god, very anti.
I would know.
Yeah, you would have definitely would have heard of him. Veopatis is not.
What?
So, I knew Baldwin, and you, sir, know Baldwin.
We're dealing with necrophages. And
Necrophages or necromancers, because both of those are possibilities at the moment, and I'm mildly concerned about the one more than the other.
I am concerned that this Bolton, yes, was died 5 years ago, as Lord Nathan Wren said, and has been resurrected, corrupted, and put to use by someone who seeks to hurt Mahak.
Can you add consorting with the dead as part of that list of charges? I imagine that's not right. Yes.
No, but I don't know precisely what you said, Lord Math, but earlier you said traitor. That is a word I am know very well in elder speech. And yes, I think the charge of treason should be added to the list.
And Matt's clearly feeling very proud of himself for getting some charges put on there. Like, that's nice.
Yeah. See, the other problem we have, and he's like kind of turns aside to mention this to Durin, goes, the other problem, Rendron says, is we don't know that the dude is actually, undead. We can't charge him with consorting with necromancy if we don't have evidence of necromancy.
We're not going to charge him with necromancy.
Okay, good. That's a one we can't do. But the treason we can do. All right.
If someone has done something to Baldwin's body that would be quite of interest to us, can you get him to just set up a meeting with, a fake meeting with the Baldwin, so we can then find out what's going on, if there's someone impersonating Baldwin, or if there's some sort, because this is somebody who's well respected,
Grimnir is going to do very little, unfortunately. I have a feeling on his sentence it is going to be extensive.
But we would like to it would be important to find out if something as unnatural has happened to Baldwin.
You will get his blood. We will make certain you get plenty of
it. We would need perhaps him to set up a meeting of some sort if he does that sort of a thing.
I do not think based upon Grimnir's counsel and condition, I do not think he's going to be able to set up any meetings.
Order him to do so. Tell him he has to.
He is not one who recognizes the will of this council, and that is quite obvious.
He's also probably going to be very dead by the time we do this. And not in the pleasant way.
Oh, great. I think we can adjourn for now.
I agree. Any other questions for this piece of shit that's about to die slowly?
Someone translate. You, traitor and coward and whatnot and all that. Baldwin is someone important to my community, and we have quite a bit of influence about all sorts of things. So you should let me know where to find this Baldwin. It's important, because if he's actually undead, if someone has done something unnatural to his body, that is a great and grave sort of crime against nature. And if you have anything to do with something so grievous of a crime against nature, well, let me tell you, I don't know what this whole uncleanliness thing's about, but I would tell you what, this is the sort of thing that gets people cursed, and the whole generation, the whole line cursed, and all sorts of things like that. And if you want to be party of that sort of a thing, well, you don't have any sort of wisdom at all. So, what I'm going to tell you now is, for your own best interest and for the best interest of everybody who's ever been related to you, you had best come forward right now with a bit of information about this Baldwin, if this is a Baldwin at all. This is not just about this sort of council situation with whatever you've got going on with your family. This is about, by the way, saying rude things about your wife and your daughter is bad form. But this is about something much bigger than that. Much bigger than that. And if you have any sort of sense about you, not some sort of knothead, you will speak. And this is for your own good, not because of whatever they might do to you, but, well, what nature itself might do to you.
You can try to roll an intimidate.
I don't think I'm trying to intimidate. I think
Or
I'm trying to persuade.
All right.
Yeah.
If that is what your intention is, you may try and do so.
Because, it's he thinks is actually quite serious now, I'm going to use
I would like to assist with an intimidate, just kind of
Oh.
allow her.
Okay, so you roll the intimidate. Let's see how you do, and then we'll go from there.
Hopefully
to
better. Hopefully better. 18.
18 is good enough to get the +2 for the persuasion.
and I will use all of my luck because I will tell you what. There's one thing I care about. It's about the unnatural.
This is the perversion of a druidic circle
Yes.
member. That's just kind of big.
We cannot have that. So I will roll. I'll take my 8 luck and then the 2 bonus for the intimidation.
Mhm.
21.
Blackjack.
Yeah, you rolled really poorly, actually.
I did it terribly.
Ooh!
It's a tie. Do we have
Ugh.
any luck from our chat? Because we'd luck from our
At
chat.
the
That
moment,
would do it.
Can I spend one?
So, wait, I'm just asking if we had luck from chat, which you can buy with channel points, then we would have one more point, in which case we'd be able to push through this sort of persuasion. Is my understanding that if we did have that from the chat, which could be done by pressing the button on the lower left of the chat, there's like a little star sort of a thing. Is that correct?
There's
it
something to
could be
check.
so.
Yes,
I will
yes.
let chat make that decision.
Yes,
I'll
yes.
give them a time
Okay.
limit of 30 seconds. The time is on the clock.
Oh,
But some
well.
people have already spent them because you had 7 and you only get a total of 10. So
Yes. Did we spend all 7 already?
yes,
Oh, I see. What is it? Well, I mean, I'm not going to do it because I know that I'm not allowed, even though I have,
no, you can't do
Yes,
it
I
on your.
know-
You cannot.
I know
You
I'm
cannot
not.
roll on your. You cannot do
and I
it on your own
won't.
game.
and I won't because it would be rude. I'm just saying that. I think Crit already did help us though. Actually,
Crit
Yes,
did
somebody-
help.
yes,
Anygeek
yes.
helped.
Mm,
Hawkeye helped.
yes.
A lot of people helped already, so I
Yes,
don't think
yes.
you have any.
Yes.
Would I spend one of mine?
I will say you can because you did
involved.
act as a. You did roll. You did make that roll for yourself as the complementary skill. Therefore, yes, you may have that one to give him the persuasion, and he says, "Nah." He turns to you and, in very crudely, very, very crudely, like with every insult that you could possibly consider. Where is the need my notes? I have notes all over the place, guys. You would not even believe.
Folks,
I believe it.
if you haven't seen the NPC list, the notes for this particular game are extensive.
Well, that's just the NPC list. That's not my notes.
Yeah, but like to give you
Yeah.
a scale to go.
Mm-hmm. You can find them in Kadu. If you survive.
You choose not underestimate Lord Mafaren, Master Druid. And perhaps you might have saved your whole entire lineage from cursing at this moment. Although I don't know, it's a little bit unfortunate, all that business, but good. thank
Are you attempting to curse him?
No, because
Oh, well, okay.
I'm just noting that, this is sort of thing that could happen after all. I just want him to be aware of the gravity of his situation. And also, he's not willing to be cursed. Whoever did that to Baldwin is the one who should probably be cursed. You know.
So, as he's being led out of this room, That's what he says. You can find him in Kedu if you survive.
And I just sort of, it's not a bow really, but I just sort of make a gesture like, that is right, I got the information, just so that, you know, everybody knows how great I am. Mhm.
Uh-huh. Is the general consensus. But as he's left and you are left in this, most of the spectators are leaving at this point, kind of filtering out. Zerny is kind of relaxing back against his seat, but isn't really going anywhere unless you need him. And what do you all do?
This is no good, by the way. And this is not being said to the king. This is like being said in like the
I would like to
Gallery.
clarify, Rundren is the chief elder of the Council of Elders. There isn't a king. It's quasi-democratic with an oligarchy, sort of. His position is elected, but he's obtains his position on the council from age. And well, also mastery of his skills.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be a master.
Sorry. By the way, this is terrible business, and my circle definitely has an interest in this, so I will be doing what I can to be helpful, but also for this situation.
We'll do our best to get you the information and the blood that you need.
Excellent. I'm hoping this is just some sort of imposter, because otherwise that would be terrible.
Given the recent events, I have a feeling that this is not an imposter. Thinking to myself of, in my century alive, what could possibly manipulate Bulgor? A corrupted one of your capabilities. That fits this puzzle piece all too well.
In which case, I'm definitely, this is part of my jurisdiction. I will be accompanying the Countess on this situation. Our circle would.
What weapons do you carry, Master Druid?
Oh, well, I carry a staff, but also a sickle, but not one of those sorts of sickles, you know, that a druidic sickle is what I use.
Let me see it for a second.
Oh, and he goes and he sort of pulls this fairly large sort of a sickle out off of his sort of like a side scabbard and sort of hands it over to you. And it's sharpened on the inside.
That's sure. And I'm going to make a quick augmentation roll.
Okay. Go right ahead. Ooh, 17.
Okay.
It
now has plus 25% bleed permanently.
I'm just like watching what you're doing. Like, what is that? What are you doing?
It's not sharp enough.
Oh. I go, oh. It's quite sharp indeed. So I had a 30% bleed, so now I'm at 55. Mm-hmm.
If you need it sharper, I'll bring it to my shop.
Oh, could you, I just want to ask, could you, my understanding for the Lady Witcher said that silver and monsters and all that, could you put silver on this? Is that a thing that you could do?
Take me about 6 hours, yeah.
Because it might be important if there's some sort of, you know, all of that.
If you want to bring your gear by, I'll make certain that you're outfitted.
Oh, well, thank you. If you wish for me to tell your fortune, it would be my pleasure. Blessings and all nature.
I find it best that I remain ignorant about some things, my
Oh,
fortune being one of them.
I bet I could. Are you squeamish about blood? Your own, I mean, not anyone else's.
Considering I'm still walking around after having that unfortunate encounter, I'm not squeamish about much.
Yeah, well, perhaps I can convince you to let me, give you a bit of a stab.
We'll see maybe later, after what threatens Mahakam has passed.
Yes, well.
See to you and your wife, and by the way, considering that her good reputation has allowed you to testify today, thank her for me.
Oh,
And also give her the message that if she wishes for her guards to be properly outfitted, have them send their weapons on by to my job.
oh, I certainly will. I certainly will. But, yes. Oh, I'm also just deliver me any blood that you wish. I might also need blood from the daughter, just for comparison's sake. That.
We're going to put in a request from her mother.
Yeah.
If she deigns the request, we'll make sure to ascertain the truth of the young Gulo's lineage. If he has lied about this instance, on top of the other charges, I do not expect for him to live long.
Oh,
I was hoping for banishment, but his crimes are too many.
well, seems to be a bit unwise if he's trucking with all sorts of unnatural sorts of things, undead and all that. Probably go off and hang out with his undead friends, saying undead jokes. I don't know what
We
those
are
like.
very thorough here
Oh.
and quick when it comes to execution.
Well then, time is of the essence. So can only look into the past for so long. Blood sooner rather than late is better.
Knowing that, it will be the first thing I do before I go to bed.
Um,
So let me go and see Perga and
yes.
bring her the news.
Because if you could give me the blood now or in the next half hour, that's better. It's already been a day. It's the blood.
First, I need to deliver the news to the Lady Gulo. And the request for the traitor's blood has already been entered in. And you should get a solid glass of his fluids here shortly.
Excellent. And if I might ask, where would you recommend for dinner tonight?
For you and your lovely family, there is a very fine tavern not too far from where you're staying. That is Rainey's. Look for the unicorn.
Unicorn. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that recommendation. Well, am I allowed to leave?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your aid, Lord Razmir. And we in the circle are invested. Get up and walk out feeling like this was a great day for me. Like as most days are, actually.
Okay.
Math is coming up. Everything's coming up math.
Yeah.
Now
Whether or
that
not it is,
song's-
it's not the question. But he always thinks so.
Now that song is stuck in my head. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Everything's coming up math.
Mhm. I mean, fair. But we're going to fast forward through the collection of blood. Perga will tell you unabashedly that fuck that asshole. And
Yeah, no, I get her a written copy of all the testimony, and I just
Yeah.
kind of somberly deliver everything.
yeah, no, she is very much of the. Unfortunately, he is the father of my child, but that can be fixed. But if we need to prove it so that none of these gossips harm my baby, we'll do that. We're going to do that. This motherfucker is not going to be Who's in charge of his execution? I want to have a word. I think he needs to lose a couple things before this, he loses his head.
I understand your anger, but we don't do that, Berga. He will have his head cut off, and then he will be thrown into a furnace.
I'm sure I know a couple people that do it.
If this particular charge is brought down, it is one of the council that sees to the execution of a traitor.
She will let you convince her, mostly because she still looks like and feels like shit. But the doctor will provide a sample of her blood, her daughter's blood, for this purpose.
I feel like I'll
We
get
have
like
a-
this much of the daughter's blood and like this much of
Well, we don't get you a full mason jar, but I feel like one of those little jam jars is
Yeah.
what we
Yeah.
get from
Yeah.
Grimnir.
yeah. I feel like I get more of his blood. You know what I mean? I feel like I get
Yeah.
like a hey.
Well, it's important to us because this also affects you and your community that you get precisely what you need.
See, that's very nice. Yeah. In no way was there any enjoyment out of that from people doing a little bit of phlebotomy. Absolutely not. Yeah. Mhm.
And of course not. No way, shape, or form was there any enjoyment by the individuals who procured that blood for you. So I need you, Math,
Mhm.
to make this roll.
Yes. I imagine there are a couple rules I'd have to make. Yes.
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 But we're going to use your blood ritual rule as a general.
Yes. Yes. All right. Which is ritual magic, ritual casting. Then.
No, don't you just need to roll the blood and bone? Oh no, it is a
Oh.
ritual casting.
I have two different. I have blood and bones, which is one, and then I've got my aimamancy, which is the ritual. And I'll need the blood and bones to go back, through his past 2 days to see if he's meeting with anybody suspicious or whatnot. That'll be blood and bones, but the other one will then be no. Actually, it's all aimamancy, really. Yes. So ritual casting then. I imagined 2 different ones.
Yes, because these are 2 very different questions, right? The first question
Yes.
is about the genetic connection between the 2 samples.
Yes. Yes. Well, I shall do that then. Is what I shall do. Let me do this. There'll be a lot of incense, because who doesn't like incense? Quite a lot of it. This will be for the genetic testing. We'll do that first, 24.
24. Roll also in addition to this as this succeeds. Roll please some word that is in my head. Sorry.
Lawkeeper?
No, not lawkeeper. I think in this case it will be spell casting, but you'll get a
Alright.
+2 because it's not actually. No, it'll be education. It wouldn't be spellcasting. I've had this conversation before. It's going to be education.
Which means lawkeeper. Because that's this. I know things from traveling about.
Yes.
23.
At
I could
first
give
glance,
official schools.
at first glance, the 2 samples are obviously are genetically related.
Hmm. Yeah. By the way, I just need to ask: am I doing this in front of dwarves? I want to know if they have me in a special place, or am I doing it back at the caravan? Do
I
have
would
dwarves
think
with
that
me?
I think that because this is still part of like the trial
Yes.
purposes itself, you had been invited to like a little room off the main,
Yes.
not in this main, very obviously public space, but like a side room off the council chambers themselves. And there is a representative of the council, one of the lesser names, not Rundrin but Mesmo is also there.
Yes.
And at first glance, there seems to be a genetic connection between father and daughter. But then
Yeah.
you notice that the father's blood has been there's something magically tied to the father's blood.
Oh, no, what is this now? I'm probably like just talking through it out loud, like it looks like I can, and it's like there's smelling and there's tasting, and it's probably just a little creepy. It's clearly you can tell that sort of taste, and it's like I'm talking to him, but maybe not,
Yeah.
Definitely. No, what is that taste? Oh, no, that's there's something going on there, indeed. Ooh, what is that? When you can see, like, I've got like a stick, right, that I'm burning. I'm sort of making some sort of sort of steam come out of this. I'm like, oh, we'll have to burn this a little bit. There's something else in here. Was there something that you said? Has he already been cursed then? Is that what's been going on? The father?
No.
And it's like just like sort of talking through it. In some ways, it might make the people in the room feel like, oh, that's always very impressive.
The further you get into this, there's a question must be asked. You realize that the first glance pass of the connection between father and daughter is intentional, and that's what the magic is for. To make that connection, or make that connection appear to be such. And then you realize that there isn't a connection.
Excuse me, do you think I might be able to get, if you don't mind, a little vial of blood of the mother? Not just that might be useful at this moment, if you don't mind. It'd be wonderful. Little bit of a snag, just a bit of a snag. I wouldn't worry about it at all. Everything is fine. I just would like, for confirmation, have a bit of mother's blood. As long as she's not squeamish.
We're going to get hit in the leg.
Someone is sent. Durin, where are you during this conversation?
No, I'm probably present for this, but I'm also just like when Mav does that thing, and because he's mumbling in the elder speech, and I'm catching like every third word, and I'm just like, do we have a doppel?
Oh, Lord Razmi, good chum of mine. We should just go and get the mother's blood, and there's this kind of like because there are other people in this room, and we understand that this whole conversation about, Math is like, this is a conversation about lineage, and these people have been helpful, so like, something I'm not going to say out loud right now.
He is the one that goes and gets Perga's blood, because also he's just going, if there's one double, there's more than one double, and if there's more than one double, the problems of Mahakam have just multiplied.
With that lore keeper, which is both monster lore and education, it was a spell to make it seem as if there is a genetic connection, but what can I tell about this person's blood?
By all accounts, that this person is the individual's blood that you have been given, both appear dwarven. There does not seem to be any indication that they are not. However, you also know that a Doppler cannot be distinguished from whoever they've doppled into.
Yeah.
Without a lot of,
work.
Short of, maybe you could try and, if you have like a silver pin, you could shove that in the blood to see, but you're not sure what it would do to anything else that you're going to do with this blood.
We'll take separate samples. I've got a whole entire like mini mason jar, just a little bit of, separating, and like, I'm going to just make sure the other people are not really privy to what I'm doing, because I don't want them to freak out, to me, and just, just a bit separate some blood here, and I'm gonna test all the blood I have to make it look like I'm not singling anything out, so nobody's just like freaking out.
So Durin, do you go to get Perga's blood, or do you send someone else?
I go in personally for this, but also I'm just like, before I leave, because I have this doppel alarm, because that was a previous problem. I just always keep a small bar of silver on him and just hand it to Lord Math. You know what to do with this.
Oh,
Just leave.
thank you for the present. I say loudly and surely, not for him, but for anybody else who might be in the room. So nice of you. And you know, I'm gonna be. I don't want us to cause any alarm. You know, we're gonna just testing that. And then I'm like, you know, there's the thing with those necrophage, the foglets, you know, and like, so there's like a little bit of that until I can get back and get the blood. And I'll probably set that aside. And do
Yeah,
my,
I mean, it's not far. Like, the main hospital
Yes.
isn't far from the
Yeah.
council quarters, so it doesn't take long to get there. And come back, but you know, maybe 20
Yeah, no,
minutes.
there's a quick enter into the room, and I need to ask you two unfortunate things, Perga. One, we need your blood. Two, well, actually, a druid needs your blood. Two, has your soon-to-be ex-husband made any? How many trips has he made outside of Mahakam, say, within the past 5 years?
Very few. Why?
I'm not entirely certain that's your husband.
There's just this long pause, and she stretches her arm out and snaps her fingers at the orderly who is bringing her tea. Is like,
Yeah.
now you're going to give him this because this is shit ain't happening. I invoke my rights as privilege if this is not my husband to remove.
If this isn't your husband, he will be quickly dealt with, but also we've got lots of problems.
So, coming back with a new sample of blood.
She gave more than was necessary. She insisted.
Oh, well, yeah, well, let me go and test this as well. And I think that while he's about, I just, you know, I just separated some of the samples, you know, so I can test each one with the silver, so that will not contaminate my main sample. Just, you know, just in case,
Hmm.
just to check things out, you know. I assume I'm gonna need another ritual crafting and maybe one more. Yes.
Yes.
Let me do that in that case. Yes, this is for Perga, 23.
Perga is definitely her daughter's mother. No question about that. While you can determine that the sample from
Your old
Gimner is not the father.
You are not the father.
You are not the father. Murray is filmed around the corner from me, literally.
It was also like having the sample of the mother. I could maybe tell something about the father, right? Like,
Yes. There are two. This is with these roles. I can give you this. Number 1, not the father. Number 2, magic to pass as the father. Number 3, Perga had no knowledge or ability to in this. There doesn't seem to have been, like, you're pretty sure if she had done something to this to kind of make this pass, she would have had to have done something to herself during the pregnancy, right? You know, to
but nothing weird magic about the child.
nothing weird
The
magic
child's
about the child. The daughter is perfectly healthy.
Her as well, the mother as well. Nothing weird.
Well, I
magic
mean,
about
for
her blood?
having been poisoned,
Well,
you know,
yes, yes, of
yesterday and
course,
almost died.
Yes.
No,
But
but
there's
no, no magic. The magic is only on his blood. It does not react to silver as if he was a Doppler. Instead, it seems that perhaps it might be that he
Because
did.
we have some kind of mage around, so there's some
Yes,
sort of
but it
weirdness.
seems I'm going to be a little crude. He did
Please.
something to himself prior to impregnation to ensure that it wasn't his bloodline that caused the impregnation.
Interesting. So, sort of like a like an artificial assimilation, but he was actually there.
Yes.
And I could probably tell this probably by the age, right, of this
Yes.
thing, because if it were a Doppler, I'd probably just be much more recent. I'd probably, this is, and I'm just make sure I don't say. I'm gonna tell Razmi all this, but not when there's anyone else in the room, because they don't need to know this one. This is it seems like family
I
business.
mean, I need you to roll me a persuasion to get Mesmo out of the room.
Oh no, I can wait. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to, like, this part, because I've got a lot of tests I'm making. I could just wait on this bit of information, and I'm going to go and look at my ritual to find out what our fellow's been doing the last 2 days. Look back at it, see who he's been meeting with, and that sort of, he must have got that poison at some point in time, so I want to do a bit of put some of that blood I have in a bowl, and bit of smudging, a bit of incense, a bit of burning, a bit of staring and peering in a creepy sort of way, a bit of testing, so that I might be able to sort of look back at him through the last 2 days. That's what I'd like to do. 33.
Oh, very nice. With a crit. How did you crit?
Yes.
Very
Yes.
nice.
And I'm going to just, this is like, I was like, oh, there's all this blood stuff and genetics, but the real important thing, Mesmo, is this thing, like, it's just shiny, and let me tell you, there's quite a bit of production in it, like there's like a bit of chanting, a bit of intonation, just to make sure, you want to think about that genetic thing a little bit later.
So EGOT, what are you looking for in particular, I guess is the question. You're going to get the information but that you
Yes.
want, but
so what's great about
let's say you can ask me 5 questions and I will answer.
all right, what's great about doing the past rather than the present is they don't get to have a resist, which is lovely.
Yes, it is.
So, I would like to know, I would like to see if it was in the last 2 days when he got the poison. I want to see that moment that he gets it.
I will give you this. He does not get the poison in the last 2 days. He got the poison previously.
All right.
Not much earlier, but I will say
I'm looking for him in the poison.
Yeah, you're looking for him for the poison. It's like, and you can go back and you can find it a little bit further back. It's about 2 weeks back when he gets the poison at the same time as he discovers that Ardzo is on the way to Mahakam.
Who's he speaking with?
An individual in a cloak, human, probably based on the height. Cloak seems to be obscuring the features, but he does refer to him as Baldwin by intonation.
Well, that's interesting. And like, I'm like focusing in right on in my magical will. I want to see if I want to sort of like track this. I'm very interested in his interactions with Baldwin. I want to see if I can see a face, or if this has happened, if he's met with Baldwin another time within this moment, or where Baldwin leaves, where it was. I want to, like, they're coming in and out, right? To sort of try to get a sense of, because this is somebody who's important to me. If I can gather,
You're trying to find,
like, where were they? Where did because I know that they separated, right?
Well, yes, they met in a side cavern under they're near the entrance, you're pretty sure, but under the mountain.
I want to follow his route to that cavern, right? So I'm like it's like that kind of like I keep like turning the bowl so that I might be able to walk that path to see. I could, well, not by myself. I'd certainly have people who are in heavy plate with me, but to sort of try to find the route to that location of that meeting.
Okay, this is a deduction roll. You do not get to use Lorekeeper on this because it's not about previous knowledge. This is about obtaining knowledge.
Yes, so I'm just trying sort of watching the what do you call it, the journeys. 17.
17. You are very sure that you could trace back that route to that particular cavern
Good.
from
Uh,
from Gimner's house.
Yes, I imagine it would have to be from the house, right? So I'm trying to watch that. Am I saying right? And so they met there, and they had this exchange. We get this poison. We could learn about the odds. Anything else exchanged?
Money was not exchanged. You can make that note. But a sack of mineral was.
Hmm.
And you can tell that it's mineral because Baldwin, whoever this, you don't actually see a face, so you're not 100% sure, just referred to it that way. Opens it, sticks his hand in, pulls out, and you can see him like rub a fine powder that doesn't look like, you can always tell flour is flour. This doesn't look like that. This looks minerally.
Yes.
As he rubs it and he puts it back and ties it and nods.
And I just say out loud, the so-called Baldwin received from your traitor fellow some sort of mineral in a powder form in a sack. Seems quite important. Most likely, I'm thinking for some sort of component for some sort of magical sort of thing. That might be something to pay attention to. Who leaves first? Baldwin or Gimner?
Gimner.
So,
but not by much. Almost like the only reason that Gimner would be considered leaving first is because of just timing. They almost leave simultaneously, but it's not like.
Which way does he go? Deeper into the mountain or also out?
Gimner or Baldwin?
Baldwin.
Baldwin, when you see him, seems to be going in a direction that you can guess is towards the surface.
I think Baldwin's going towards the surface, so-called Baldwin. And you can see me like, it's this thing where, when you, like, I'm changing my angle as if that might get me to see, like I'm ducking, right? But of course, I'm just looking at a bowl of blood. So it's not like you can duck and see, because that's not how it works. But like, that's sort of like a thing. One moment. I'm going to go back in my scrub, and I'm going to look to see, for a moment, I'm thinking maybe a study when he is interacting with his wife.
Okay.
And I want to see how he behaves once she leaves. Like when they're perhaps, if he's in his study, some kind of interaction where she would leave. I want to know how he is when she's right after she's left.
Could you please roll human perception?
Yes.
Because he's personable and kind and, maybe not quite as appreciative of his wife as you are, but you're used to other men not really appreciating their wives as much as you do, because they don't seem to understand how important they are.
Indeed, wives are very important. And for me, I'm interested in that moment when like the mask might come off, what I mean, to see if there's some sort of thing there, because and like, there's like the blood there that has some telltale signs, like not normal. You don't do that,
You definitely get the impression that when, he's affectionate, but not overly so. And then when she leaves his study, he doesn't seem to change, but there's not his facial expression and not even his eyes, but there's he doesn't seem to follow her out. He doesn't expand his attention. It's like he's intentionally trying not to give anything away about a personal change, so he doesn't change anything.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. And then my last one, I'm looking for in this last moment, because we have this event coming, it's sort of planning up, and I want to sort of move backwards from that moment. I'm looking for co-conspirators of the sort of help variety, or it was a bit of a
to poison.
Yes, he's doing all sorts of nefarious things, and I'm just wanting to see if there's anyone else in that household who might have been in the loop.
There's no one you determine that there's no one else in the household that is aware of what he was ever doing. And you from watching, you can kind of get the impression that all of the servants that are in the household are hers. Their
Yes.
family their families have served the Gulo family for a couple generations. He married in. He didn't bring anybody with him. He doesn't seem to be doing a lot.
What does he do when he's not in the household, by the way, in his last 2 days?
He attends a coffee shop.
Which one?
Not the one near Gemma's.
Does he?
Another one closer to one of the banks.
Hmm.
Is
Does he
he
meet with anyone?
a couple people, but there's no one consistent.
All right. Thank you. Oh, all right. Lord Rasmi, I have a bit of information for you. And also, would you mind, I'm a bit parched, after I provide the information, take me to lunch?
Certainly.
Excellent. So, this fellow met with someone who could be Baldwin. Later we could take an expedition down under one of the caves underneath the mountain. We could go and see if he was left. Baldwin went back up to the surface after meeting. They exchanged information that Lord Ardzo was on his way, exchanged this poison, and in return, this so-called Baldwin got quite a bit of mortar and pestle sort of mineral powder, probably something quite expensive, good amount. Does not seem as if the servants were involved in this, but he was spending quite a bit of time at this cafe by the bank, meeting various people. I don't know what sort of work he did, actually. He seemed to be very controlled, perhaps worried about scrying or some such like this. His interactions with his wife a bit odd. Friendly and all, but something strange about it, like he's afraid of discovery, giving something away. I would be happy to take you all to that cavern for more, investigation. I would guess, I cannot say, that incriminating evidence probably would not be. Where did he keep the poison on him? Did he stash it? That would be a question, because he might not keep anything in the estate itself. He might have some other place where he keeps things. I would, of course, look at his study and desk and all that, to rip it to pieces and all that, but he might have some other place that he frequented, for nefarious purposes. I would look at that. Investigate his comings and goings he met with, or where he might have another place to sleep. I hope that helps.
Somewhat.
Lord Mesmo, yes?
Oh, all right. I should check into the banks, find out what he fucked over with our money. I mean, not that I think my sister
Yes.
didn't trust him very much with the money, but I should still check.
No, there's nothing also as well. This is pinging a number of things in my memory and paranoia.
Well,
Bring. You should consult with. I give a name of one of the council of elders
Yes.
that specializes in family trees.
Mm-hmm.
I would look into him a
Look-
little bit more. That's what I
Look
would do.
into any of the royal lines that were disowned.
Oh. Well, so there was. I can take you to that location. I mean, I'm a bit parched. I would love to just go and chat with Lord Rasmi about armor.
Yeah,
Before we meet up.
Let's go and get you food and
Oh. So, traitor, also look for other places and locations. Thank you.
and Esmo, I wish you the best of luck, but this is false gold riddled through a vein.
He nods and was like, "Thank you for your assistance." And he kind of he turns to thank Math as well, politely.
Thank you, Lord Mesmo.
Mm.
Once we get out of earshot, oh Lord, Lord Rasmi, bit of a sticky wicket. Bit of a sticky wicket.
What is it?
Ooh, well, it's not really the father. I didn't want to say in front of other people, they might get all upset. It's not really the father at all.
Oh, why?
Yes, well, and by the way, what I did want to ask, by comparing, like, ruling out the mother's genetics, what could I tell about the father, the actual father?
Dwarf.
Yes, all right, yes.
But beyond that, and like, it's a dwarf male who isn't related to the mother.
Yeah.
Beyond, it isn't related to the mother within the first two,
Or the father.
or the father, as far as you can determine.
Yeah.
Out to
Yes.
second cousins, but beyond that, it
Yes.
becomes.
Well, it's a bit awkward, and I don't want to upset people. I know there's sort of stabbing happens and all that. So, I would say no Dopplers. That's not what I would think on that one. Blood did not react that
That's
way.
good.
Oh, yes. Do you often have problems with Dopplers?
No, there was just the one that
Oh.
was my youth, and that was bad.
Oh, well. Watch out for that one. So, I'm going to try to explain this to you in a way that's going to be somewhat. So, sometimes when a man and a woman love each other very much and they want to have children, they do things with each other, yes? Good.
Sex, yes.
Yes, yes. Sometimes when a man maybe perhaps does not love that woman as much as he says he does, but whatever shenanigans and so forth, they do the things to have the children, but perhaps the man uses a particular sort of magical situation so that the woman is indeed impregnated with a lovely bundle of joy, but it is not the man who's technically involved. I mean, he's physically there, but he's not all physically there. There's it's like a bait and switch. Yes, like a bait and switch.
How does one magpie with their parts?
Well, I would say it's probably not the parts itself, but the genetic materials probably borrowed from someone else and swapped out, sort of like you did at the dinner with the sleight of hand situation. It was like a sleight of hand, but it wasn't the hand. It was magical.
Magical
Yes.
sleight of spunk?
Yes. Also, there was magic upon his blood to make sure that it seemed as if he were the father. You see, it seemed as if he was the father. So if someone were to check, it would look like you were.
Now I have a question as to when did he first meet Bald?
That's a good question. I don't know. I just know the last time. I'm afraid the blood gives me a little bit more time when I have the blood rather than if I don't have the blood. But can't go back that far. The blood decays. You see, it just decays. I will say this: Baldwin died about 5 years ago, so I doubt it was longer than that. Beheaded,
Yes, but it could very well be that
the daughter was how old? 2, 3, 4? About that? 3? Would you say?
How old's the kid?
I mean, she has the physical appearance of a 3-year-old to a human, but she's
she's
like 12.
12? Okay.
Between 10 and 12, right?
Okay,
Dwarf,
so
figuring out
but
proportions is
I'm
things.
just also going like, this was something that went that far back. He may have knew Baldwin before
Oh no, but
the bathing.
no, that makes no sense. I don't think Baldwin would do that. This other Baldwin, some other sort of Baldwin. So all I'm trying to say is that he has had some sort of magical connection to someone. You said what, 12? For quite some time, well before Baldwin died. So perhaps whoever it was who brought Baldwin back in an unnatural way that goes against nature and that should be punished, perhaps they're the person who did this. But I suppose the question I'd like to ask, and it's a bit delicate, I got some of the things in the courtroom. Seems as this father was very, very interested in making sure everybody knew that the daughter was not his. And there was a whole sort of situation about uncleanliness and unclean and unclean and unclean. And he, had a sort of like a mystical condom situation going on. So it seems as if this was a bit of a plan. He had this plan from quite some time. What sort of uncleanness might he be worried about that he would be planning some sort? And also, why would he marry this woman in the first place? Marry her, impregnate her with somebody else's business. A dwarf, by the way. Don't worry about it. It's a dwarf, not a non-dwarf, in case you care about that. Why? That seems like a sort of big, long sort of plan. And he seemed not to be offensive, to be a bit of a zealot. You know what I mean?
They-
All unclean, all that seemed very zealotry.
Dwarves are known for grudges.
Uh,
And it sounds like a grudge that was passed from parent to child. And that this was a plan generations in the making.
Well, I also would like to note that he was going on and about Lord Ardzo, but he poisoned a whole bunch of people. So again, I don't know what that's all about.
I
seems
may
fanatic.
have swapped some things, but he was targeting the Gulos with the exception of his wife.
Man,
I just managed to swap a few of the glasses while no one was looking.
all I'm saying is that he went and he had this, this magical switcheroo to fool the child situation. It was some time ago, so this is a quite long time in the making, and I doubt he was running about. I mean,
I
listen,
have a feeling that the answer to your question as to who or how they got in touch with another vampire
well, yeah.
is tied to the individual that is not him,
Hmm.
but the person who may originally have held the grudge.
Well, here's what I would say for you to think about in your dwarven community. Who knows what, right? So the question is, how do you find a higher vampire, especially if you don't leave Mahakam all that often? Seems like a strange thing to find. But if there's some sort of grudge, where do you get the information, right? Do you know what I mean? How, like,
That's
you
why
know-
I sent Mesmo to talk with one of our historians amongst the council. They specialize in lineages. I have a feeling this may have been one that has been previously cast out that worked its way back in.
So what is this uncleanliness we're talking about?
I don't particularly know much about the Gulos aside from Zerny and his love of banging. That
yes,
and
his-
Ardzos with his chickens.
Oh,
They,
okay.
apparently that and making fistic is enough to cause someone to go a bit weird in the head. I don't
That seems
particularly
like a
know.
strange-
but-
seems like a strange. That's
Wait.
yes.
Grudge.
Yes. Long-standing grudge, which, by the way, I have to say, quite unethical to sort of fake your. I mean, did he even ever love her at all? Is the question, or was this whole a big ruse, to go and that sort of long
Well,
sort of
One, if I'm going to keep doing the thing, I'm going to need a coffee. Come, let's get us you food. And two, who could possibly this is a grudge against a very particular family line.
Hmm.
What did the previous gurus do? Who did they wrong?
I have an idea. I bet somebody cheated on somebody with somebody. And so, how about this? One of the Ginma's family is actually one of their children, or maybe even him himself. What if they're related to the Gulos because some elder Gulo had some sort of dramatic affair? Like this is a dramatic affair. There was all sorts of, could be like that. I mean, like, that makes sense, right?
No, Math, you are unfortunately in the right direction. As we get to the cafe, I borrow some parchment and I'm going to write a quick note to have it sent off to where Ardzo is staying. Check your family line. Find someone who really, really wronged somebody, and you'll start getting answers.
And I think that's where we're going to end for tonight. Because it's 12:15. Even though we started a little late, we still went over quite a bit because, it's us. We tell beautiful stories. Thank you for that raid, High Shelf Collective. I really appreciate you guys coming in. We appreciate you. We play some Witcher here. If you came in on that raid, we appreciate it. And I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel. If you wanted to check out any of the rest of this game or any other game that we play here, there's a YouTube. I put all of them up there. They're really nice. They're really organized. They're in playlists. There's some Witcher. There's some D&D. There's Blue Rose and my hack
Ooh.
of the Regiment, which is a hack of Swords Chronicle and Good Society. Bunch of games that we play, bunch of other things. Check it out. But we're gonna go around, let everybody say, well, let my 2 players who are still here say who they are, where you can find them online, all of that good stuff, and I'll finish my spiel at the end, because I do that. But we're gonna go with we're gonna start with Pope. How are you doing, Pope? How are you feeling? Are you having fun?
It is good to have internet. It is good to be here with the Witcher crew. And no, I am interested to see where this all goes with Arnzo and his family, because this feels like a deep, like this is one of those multi-parter Murder She Wrotes, like towards like in between seasons. This is like the 2 to 4 episode one with, deep family secrets, that one
Yeah.
guest character that keeps coming back up. And no, I am
Oh,
all
you
here for
mean
this
you mean
mystery.
the mini arc that takes place in Ireland? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or the case involving her nephew in Cali.
Yep.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
it's one of those, and I am just like, this is so my thing. I am like absolutely enraptured that I get to be a part of it, which just makes it better.
Welcome.
No, this itch is a very primordial itch, and I am so happy. Hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Billets, where Pope World Billets, which I lurk in all your streams. We'll get to the business and then the pleasure. If you want to see more of this silly face, you get a number of opportunities throughout the week, most of them involving very familiar faces, because I follow them around like a puppy. Coming up tomorrow at 8:39 p.m. Eastern over on Wandering DM, something almost completely different, because there's vampires here in Witcher. There's also vampires where we're going on Monday as we continue on with Montreal by Night. And
Yes.
there is a cover-up for possibly the ages that must occur due to a series of unfortunate events. Not to mention one event that has yet to occur but will, as somebody's going to do something very elaborate and not necessarily fully advisable. So if that piques your interest, we'd love to have you on Monday, and then definitely be back here on the channel Saturday as the return of Song of Agapia's Fortune. And if you love juicy mysteries and high fantasy, there's the place where those two meet. We'd love to have you there. And I mean, it's the place where I get to wear this hat, which is very special. So, like, if you want to see me play the fantasy world's grumpiest wizard, please come on down, and that's at 8 p.m. Eastern, and then be back here on Sunday for more Witcher Roads Home, where I think this is where we start finding out what happened to Cadwin, and what's going on in an entirely different section of the world. Portals happened. It's going to be a time. And I have had an absolutely wonderful time with this crew, with Lindy. I hope you're having a wonderful vacation. With Billy's strength saves, definitely go follow him, as like, how can you not love Artzo, even when in the face of like absolute murderous intent, there is mercy, which is a rarity. And then Trooper with Math, and then we need to see our favorite Witcher disaster, Yanto, and what Yanto's up to. And Prax weaving all of this together. Over 70 NPCs on the dock and notes that must be a series of file folders. This game is rich and filled with love and care. And thank you all for being here. Our live VOD YouTube is stories, nothing without its audience. You're much part of this as we are. If you're watching on the YouTube, hashtag Sleight of Spunk to let us know that you got this far. And till next time, see you around, folks.
Yes, indeed. And I appreciate you being able to come and join us and get things started for us. This is always great. Hey, Trooper, how are you? How are you feeling? You're muted.
Muted friend.
It's on brand.
No, you're right. Yeah,
I would just like to point out you started tonight that way and you're going to end tonight that way. I feel like it's a framing device.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I just have, like, sometimes I mute because there are students in the hallways and it is a Sunday night and sometimes they might be drunk. So I am doing so well. I want to give love to, by the way, there are perhaps 74 NPCs in this document, but I have another NPC document for Yantu, which has more people that are not on this list. So there are definitely way more than 75 NPCs in this campaign.
I can confirm
over 100.
I can confirm that there are 97 NPCs that players have knowledge of.
That's all I'm saying. Amazing. I would like to give love to, first off, Ardzo's moral conundrum and his insistence that his niece be taken care of. Love for that. And for the sneaky way, the sly way he wanted to try to find out whether or not Zolkor was seeing anybody since then, but not because he was interested, but just general, like, how are your hobbies? Been seeing somebody? Super smooth, not smooth, loved it. I thought it was great. I also loved the ways in which Durin is like, when people are like, there's a lot of stuff going on, Durin is like the professional, right? Durin is the professional. And I love that Durin is like, let's see, we're going to move here. We'll make sure this conversation happens here, but not here and here. Like, there's like a real sort of like, Durin's the kind of person that you're like, will you be my stage manager and also CEO? Can you just be in charge of the things? Because it will happen, it will get done, and it'll be smooth. There's so much goodness there with Durin. Loved it. And I would like to also give love to Prax for the elder chief of the dwarves and that inquest / trial / interrogation. There was a lot, especially the ways in which Zerti translated or did not translate what happened. That is where some of my love is also going to happen. And you can find me, what is today? Today is Sunday. We three are going to go and cause some trouble in Montreal by Night tomorrow, 8:30 over at Wandering DM's channel. And then for RPGs on Friday, at 7 p.m. over at my channel, Trooper SJP, I'll be doing a one-shot of a brand new horror game that's currently being kickstarted called The Zone, and it's a lot of body horror and also surreal horror. And then I'll be back here on Sunday for more Witcher Roads Home, where Math, who, feels like he should be able to kind of be involved in any kind of investigation. After all, he's a druid, he's got jurisdiction. He said so. And he's excited to go and be part of whatever's going on because... why would you ever do anything without him? You know what I mean? Absolutely.
I mean, okay, fair, possibly. But, hey y'all, you know me, I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, Praxagorth as Meophoria, as you see me around down here on Twitch, your friendly neighborhood Prax. And first I'm going to answer a question for Ro, who asked in chat. We play The Witcher TTRPG from our dear friends over at Artel Saurian Games, # not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. We just love I just personally love all of their games and their setting and their systems because I love them. But this particular Witcher game, in the core rulebook, you have stats for dwarves, elves, humans. Then there was a release for halflings, and then Vron, and then werebubs. And Witchers and mages are in the core rulebook as separate. I think I've covered all of the races that and then
Yeah.
They're not player races though. Player races, there are stats for higher vampires and true dragons, but those are not player races. So yeah, you can play pretty much every friggin' race that exists on the continent in the world of The Witcher. And no, there are gnomes. I forgot. Yes, there are gnomes, and it's in which expansion is it? Gnomes and halflings are in Lords and Lands.
I think gnomes are in Lords and Lands. I think halflings are somewhere else, perhaps.
Yeah. Gnomes are. I'm pretty sure that gnomes are counted. I think I remember the conversation being with Droot being that with the release of Tome of Chaos, there are player stats for all of the races. There we go. So yes, there are stats for gnomes. Gnome's one of the free DLCs. I don't know. There are a lot of them. Check them out on their website on artelsorian.com, games.com, because I can't always keep track. But as for me, I loved every minute of this. I loved all of the drama that came from Lord Maff being Lord Maff in this proceedings that he is. Lords and Lands has halflings, so the gnomes have to be in
Tome of Chaos?
No, they're in something before. I can't find it right now, but they do exist. And therefore they're all out. If they're not, they're supposed to be coming soon.
I know, because I saw the image, right? The image of the gnome on the cart, and I was thinking about.
Well, it's not in. I don't know. Anyways, there's a whole lot. You can go look them up. They're
Book of Tales.
Book of Tales. Oh, they're in Book of Tales. There we go.
Yep.
They're in Book of Tales.
Yep. Book of Tales has Gnome,
Gnomes.
Vron, and Werebub.
There we go. I was like, I knew that we had gotten them all. No, it's okay, bro. I would totally throw that out there. But yes, Book of Tales, has stats for Gnome, Vron, and Werebub, and the best art for Werebubs ever. Wait, hold on. I can't say that and not show you this piece of art because he is the sweet. Wait, do I have Book of Tales? Oh, I don't have Book of Tales as a hard copy. Well, that's a sadness. That's a sadness. Anyways, moving on. Side note, Artel Sorian commissioned some beautiful artists and they do beautiful work in all of their books. Even the free monthly DLCs that they put out, which by the way, if you don't know, you can go and get from Artel Sorian Games free DLCs for both Cyberpunk and Witcher every month. So, hashtag not sponsored. But I loved every minute of that trial. I loved Durin being like, no, we're going to sit here and have this like truly legal and be focused and all of these things. And Maff's like, Maff's like, no, I need to bring the passion and the drama and all of this. And Rundren's like, sit down and shut up in my court. Like, I don't care who you are. I'm older than you are. And I'm probably suffering from some sort of arthritis. Dwarven.
Perga's daughter's almost older than Maff because Maff is only 27 years old. I'm just saying, we're in a whole place of dwarves.
Yeah, exactly. Maturity also is a question. But as for me, you can find me tomorrow with these people as hashtag not the Ravnos' fault.
For now.
I would like to point out that even if something happens, it's not the Ravnos' fault.
For now.
I mean, I saved his ass and got hungry because I saved him.
That was your beast.
For now.
Cause trouble. That's all.
And we'll figure it out. And then I'm going to be back here Saturday for our high-level D&D campaign. Hashtag Team Grumpy. Hashtag Team...
Team Fun.
Hashtag Team... I'm not sure. Team Chill.
There's Team Chill and there's Team Secrets.
Yes, Team Secrets. Which you should go check out. We'll be back for more of A Song of Agapia's Fortune at 8 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Then back here on Sunday for 8 p.m. Eastern for more Witcher Roads Home. You can also see, if you look below on the Twitch panels below, you'll see that there is now a new panel. Because I have a Ko-Fi now. You can support, if you don't like to support through either Streamlabs or Twitch, you can support the channel through that. I also released a new game last week, which is on my itch page, which you can also find a panel for directly below me on the screen. Tell your own tales with these game things, and you can check those out. I put them up there. Really kind of interesting. I think so. The game that was released this week is a Descended from the Queen storytelling game where you all play as children of King Priam, you know, off on this trade delegation with your brother Paris to Sparta, and then you have to answer the question of whether or not you help your brother and this new lover he's found, you know, Helen. His things.
I said no.
I believe
no.
everybody said no. Except Simon. I
But
believe...
but I said no not because I was super ethical, but because I just don't like Paris.
It was a thing. But you can check those out and let me know what you think. If you want to leave a review for those, I'd really appreciate it too. But other than that, always check my Twitter because I always post where I'm going to be. The fun, wonderful, fabulous folks that I get to hang out with and play games and tell stories with. And anytime I release one of my games, because I also talk about them on there. So, but we should put out more love because we got that wonderful raid from High Shelf Gaming. We should see about raiding someone as well. Oh, look. Okay. We need to go raid Jim because he is playing City Skylines, which means we need to go in with the raid call of hello buses. That's all I need you to say is just hello buses. Because it's a joke and he'll get it. But we're gonna go raid him, and until next time, everybody, have yourselves a wonderful night.